And we are public. Oh, we are indeed live. Oh, yeah. All right, now, give me a moment. Sorry I'm late, everybody. Sorry about that. I was just setting up everything I needed to. I, unfortunately, did not realize how much work it was going to be. Give me a split second, because you guys already know. You guys already know how this goes. I wish I could have had the intro for this. Actually, I'm going to roll the intro right now. Welcome. Oh, man. All right, so this one, a little lower. We're live streaming. This gives me an opportunity to adjust settings. Nobody's quite here yet. I do see that there is 2 concurrent viewers. Welcome. Welcome, chat. Welcome to the chat. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Now, let me adjust just a couple things. Just, you know. Just need to adjust some stuff. Edit my transform. We're going to crop that much of the top. Okay, close that. Perfect. I believe that is everything. I believe we've gotten there. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Cubby, welcome. Welcome to the chat. This is far too big. Oh my goodness. Fantastic. And let me very quickly. Hey, where's the link to this thing? What the heck? Where's it at? Edit this. What is this nonsense? Where's the link to this video? Show me the link, YouTube. Show me the link. Huh. Very interesting. I don't find it. Stream settings. Stream URL. Is that it? No. Not the server URL. Hello. Now, I guess we're just going to kind of roll with it. I don't want to hit... If I hit reset, I don't know... Oh, wait, no, I could share. Oh. I can copy the link. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, holy crap. Upcoming... What does it mean upcoming? It's happening. It's real. Chard, give me the loot. Give me the loot, Chard. Give me the loot. Thank you all for joining me. I do, in fact, just need to post this a couple of different places. Hold on. That is a... I guess this is technically media. I guess we'll just send you. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? We'll send that there. And we're good. And we're chilling. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls. Friends and enemies. I'm going to close out my Discord. Close out my Discord. Welcome, one and all, to Project Pocket Monster, the Addendum. Now, what does that mean? What is an addendum? Well, an addendum, I'll tell you. It's usually something that's added on to the end of a document or a bill or something like that that repairs things that have either, you know, no relevance in said project or bill or document, or it adds things. This is the addendum to Project Pocket Monster. If you guys have followed my channel or followed this series, you know that over the course of the last 11 weeks... Think about that real quick. 11 whole weeks we did this series. We did Project Pocket Monster. And we covered so many Pokemon. Absolutely crazy amount of Pokemon. And I'm checking my other monitor to make sure all my OBS stuff looks good. I think it does look good. I'm pretty sure. I don't want to be on the assumptions cam, though. There we go. Now I see everything how it looks. And we're good. So, yes. We have done Project Pocket Monster for the last 11 weeks. Over the course of those 11 weeks, I have went through every single fully evolved Pokemon in the Kanto region, and I have deciphered what could be done to make them better by giving them better stats, better abilities, better typing, and additional moves as well. Shaquan, Chard, welcome to the chat. Jack DeCaro, welcome. Now, because this is the addendum, and assuming that not all of you have watched the series, there are 11 parts. Most of them are probably half an hour long. Even if you haven't watched all the parts, it is still worth checking out. Now, it is basically just fixing Pokemon. Slugma would be really, really cool. But the goal of this stream is to go through all of the Pokemon, 1, that I touched, and 2, that I actually didn't touch. And for you guys to tell me how you feel about them. This is going to be a little bit more low-key. I'm just sort of a moderator for discussion at this point. I don't want to necessarily lead the conversation because all of my thoughts on what I have done are already in the previous 11 videos in the Project Pocket Monsters series. Unfortunately, I was not able to get it working so that the chat could be posted in the actual video itself. It's not something that I was able to do prior to this, unfortunately. I kept getting like an error, and I'm not sure exactly why. I don't know if it was because I was private, because I was, streaming private, whatever it was. I don't know why it didn't exactly work. It's just something I'm going to need to do more research into, but it's not a big deal. I see your chats, I see your comments and whatnot. So unfortunately, you're not going to be present in the actual video itself, but I will make sure to talk to everybody individually. So, without further ado, if you guys have not been here, again, we have balanced basically all 151 Pokemon. No, that's not true. All fully evolved Pokemon in the Kanto region. And we did that under a few assumptions. Now, I'm going to go over the assumptions one time right now. And as soon as people start suggesting things for what they would do, as soon as I start leading the suggestion or leading the discussion and whatnot, I will refer back to them. So, Chard, no, this is not just a recap. This is more like being able to express your thoughts on what you think could be done to these Pokemon as well. I have my notes. I actually have the link to the document itself, the mostly completed document, in the description. So if you go check that out, you can be looking at the exact spreadsheet that I'm looking at right now. It's finally released to the public. And yes, so basically it is me talking with the viewers about what you guys would do, what you would change, what I did, what you like, what you don't like. And then also, as you see here, as I'm going to scroll up, this says Addendum right here. And you can see that there. This says Addendum. Is that... the cursor's not showing up? Cursor's not showing up. That's okay. But the Addendum means this is the stuff we haven't touched. We have not touched this. I decided not to touch Venusaur, Charizard, Blastoise, and a whole bunch of other Pokemon. And that's where you boys come in. Because I thought that they were good enough, but I also want to make sure every Pokemon has 3 abilities and is up to snuff with the rest of the rebalancing. So that all being said, if you guys have comments, questions, or concerns, leave them in the chat. It's all good. Chris, welcome to the chat. Nolan, Nick, Gil, thank you guys for coming out. The document is in the description. Now, when we went through and we rebalanced these Pokemon, we went in under a few assumptions. The assumptions being, and they're listed right above me, we're not changing the type chart or type matchups. Fire is still super effective against grass. Ice is still super effective against dragon. Fairy is still super effective against fighting, that sort of stuff. We're not changing any of that. We're not changing how the type chart functions. As nice as it would be to make ice resist water, we're not going to do it. We're not changing the effects of abilities. So you see here, right on the screen, Venusaur got Overgrow and Chlorophyll. Overgrow boosts grass-type moves when it's at a third health by, I believe, 33%. And Chlorophyll doubles its speed in Sunshine. We're not changing the effects of those abilities, even bad abilities like Healer, like Early Bird, like Keen Eye. We could add additional effects to them, but we're not going to. We are leaving it as it is in vanilla Pokemon. And The next thing, we're not changing the base power or the PP of moves either. We're not giving Drain Punch 40 PP. We're not making Astonish an 80 base power ghost type move. Everything, every move, every thing is completely consistent with how it is in base vanilla Pokemon. Now, the most important thing is that these changes that we have made have to fit thematically. What does that mean? Well, thematically means that it has to fit with Pokédex entries and lore. So, obviously, Charizard is a fire type. It's said in its lore that it is not, it doesn't like when its tail gets put underwater. If its flame goes out, it'll die. I think that's Charmander, but it works for Charizard too. So therefore, Charizard does not have a friendly relationship with water. It wouldn't make sense to give Charizard Storm Drain because of this sort of lore about it. So it has to make sense, right? We're not going to give Quagsire huge power. We're not going to give Venusaur access to Sacred Fire, anything like that. It needs to make sense based on the previously established lore and Pokédex entries. And the last, and one of the most important assumptions, is that this is a meta without Mega Evolution, Z-moves, or Dynamaxing and Gigantamaxing. Now, why is this important? This is just the base Pokemon. Take, for instance, a Pokemon like Mawile. Mawile is completely fine because it has access to a very, very powerful Mega Evolution. Without that Mega Evolution, Mawile certainly needs some work. Z-moves. No Omni Boosts. No giant, crazy one-hit KO moves. No, Clangorous Soul Blaze. None of that sort of stuff, or no Tapunium Z. None of that. And no Gigantamaxing or Dynamaxing forms. Everything that is cyclical, stuff that Game Freak chooses to include or not include, is not included in this rebalancing part of the meta. So, that all being said, those are all the assumptions. They're going to stay on the screen above my head. So as soon as I see one of you guys go, give Butterfree a Mega Evolution. Well, there's no Megas in this meta. We're not going to do that. We can buff its stats, we can change its abilities, we can change its typing, but we're not going to do that. We're not going to give Butterfree a Mega Evolution. So, without further ado, let's get right into it. We are going to go in order. So, starting off the bat with a Pokemon we did not touch, and I will be going back and forth between the Addendum section and the regular section. And I don't want to spend more than a couple minutes on each Pokemon. There's a lot of Pokemon to get through, and a lot of them I'm going to find to be just like, nope, we're not going to touch it. So, Venusaur. Now, one of my things in this series is that I think it's very important to give Pokemon 3 abilities. Now, Venusaur is actually, when I initially went through, I decided that Venusaur wasn't necessarily bad enough to have to be rebalanced. It is a prime chlorophyll sweeper. It's got a great offensive and defensive typing. It's got good special defense, good special attack. All around a very solid Pokemon. Access to a whole bunch of support moves and Leech Seed, Sleep Powder. It gets access to Weather Ball. It's pretty good. But Venusaur needs a 3rd ability. So I wanted to hear it from you, chat. What do you think Venusaur's 3rd ability should be? Now, there's a few different options. I have a feeling that people are going to say Thick Fat, right? Because it's Mega Venusaur. This is a meta without Megas. But I don't think we need to touch Venusaur necessarily. But I want to hear your thoughts. And I don't know how much the delay is. I don't know if I can change that. Can I change the delay? Venusaur. Give Venusaur Spore. Wow. That would be actually super crazy. But I don't think it would be broken. Now, again, when I started the series, I had this level that I wanted Pokemon to be at. Right? Like, let's say good Pokemon are here. I thought that if bad Pokemon were here, they should be balanced probably up to, like, here. Not as good as some of the best Pokemon in the meta, but enough to compete. But over the course of time, this level became me thinking, oh, well, this Pokemon needs to be a little bit better. And then as I went along, I was like, okay, well, these Pokemon should be a lot better for them to actually have a use, right? So I found at the beginning I was under buffing things, and toward the end I was probably over buffing things. And that's just how it worked. You know, that was just the creative process at work. But Venusaur, I think Venusaur's stats are fine. I think its stats are fine. Now, I think that 535 is a very solid stopping point for all starters. So, I'm just going to throw this out here. 535 is going to be its new base stat total. And I need to... I need to copy all this, actually. Hold on. Haha. Oops. There we go. You guys see me doing it real time, real talk. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Need to copy that. Now, I think that all the starter Pokemon should have 535 base stat total. So that means that we need to give 10 points allocated somewhere into Venusaur. This is a separate live chat window. That's not what I wanted. There we are. Hello. Hello, everyone. Sticky Hold Venusaur. I actually kind of like Sticky Hold Venusaur. I like the idea of buffing its HP. Strong Jaw. Interesting. Buff its HP. I'm seeing the HP. I'm seeing the HP is the thing people think. Keen Eye is an ability. Keen Eye is pretty terrible, though. I don't want to give Pokemon bad abilities. Abilities that they'll never run. You know? But 10 points. That could go into, 5 into its defense, 5 into its HP. I think that Venusaur is not necessarily described as super duper poisonous. I don't want to give... I already gave Arbok Corrosion, which we'll get to. I think that it's a good idea to give 10 to its HP. I think I like the 10 to its HP. Round out its bulk just a little tad. Because that's good enough for me. Venusaur is usually not going to be a physical attacker. It's going to be a special attacker almost all of the time. But for its third ability, I don't like Corrosion. Gluttony's not bad. Poison Point's very interesting. Strong Jaw is also very interesting. I think I like Sticky Hold a lot, because that would mean that it's never going to get knocked off. It'll always keep its Black Sludge. It'll always keep its leftovers. But is Venusaur sticky? Definitely not Regenerator. Definitely not Regenerator. I think that Effect Spore is pretty solid. Regenerator's a little too much. A little too crazy. A little too crazy out here. A little too crazy. Effect Spore is a little Amoonguss-like. I kind of mess with Sticky Hold. I kind of like Sticky Hold a lot. Because, yeah, you know what? If we give Venusaur Sticky Hold, that means that it can no longer be knocked off of its Black Sludge, of its leftovers, if it happens to be running a Choice Scarf set, that sort of thing. Is Venusaur sticky? That is... Strawberry Lemonade, that is exactly my question. Kelp, welcome to the chat. Lebo, welcome to the chat. Nigeria, welcome to the chat. Atu Mega, enter. Welcome to the chat. That's a great question. Is Venusaur sticky? No, not really. But does it help Venusaur? Yes. But again, everything has to fit thematically. That is a whole... I've said it like a billion freaking times. Oh, man. Okay. Sticky Hold's pretty good. Pretty solid. Stench could work for Venusaur as well. Stench just gives it a flinching chance. Stench ain't too great. Oh, there's my thing. Flower Gift. Cherim's ability. I, for one, think that is what we're going to go with. I think that Flower Gift is actually insane in doubles. even though it won't change form, I think it's super, super cool. So, and even if they're not running Venusaur in doubles, this means that they could run Venusaur in doubles. I think Flower Gift fits not only thematically, but because Venusaur obviously has a giant flower on its back, it's based around the idea of the sun, that is absolutely perfect. That is the kind of thinking that we're going into. So, we're not going to go through all of the individual moves. We have a ton of Pokemon to get through. But I'd like to move on to our boy, Zard. Now how's that going to work? Charizard. You know him, you love him. If you've been around my channel long enough, you know I have a video on why Charizard is the best Kanto starter. I made it about a year ago. But Charizard, 534 base stat total. Fire flying, it's better in Generation 8 because of the addition of heavy duty booties. Fire flying is a pretty decent offensive typing. I really let acrobatics and dragon dance be compatible together. Are they not compatible together? Is that a thing? I actually did not know that. Let me double check. I'm going to go to Charizard's Smogon entry. I wish I had a third monitor now, dude. This is awesome. This is freaking so cool. Also, for those of you joining us, thank you for hanging out. I very much appreciate it. Can you get acrobatics? Why can't we get acrobatics and D-dance at the same time? Is one of them an egg move? That's a question I need answered. Its Mega is Drought. Different egg groups, I think. Okay. We could give Charizard Drought. I think that basically makes him Mega Charizard. Less powerful than Mega Charizard, of course. But you could also run Heavy Duty Booty's Drought. And that sort of makes it better. That makes it a better Mega Charizard. Because you could run Booties, you could run a Life Orb, you could run a Heat Rock. Heat Rock Drought Charizard is probably absurd. Giving it Tough Claws would in fact give its physical set some love, especially at only 84 base attack. Rough Skin's a great idea. Drought's better in a meta, but I'm hesitant to give Charizard Drought. So chat, first things first, let's talk about its typing. Is a Fire Dragon type too much for our boy Charizard? Is it too much? I don't think so. And I think that Fire Dragon actually gives it, it's Turtonator. Too much. It has been decreed Charizard is still a Fire Flying type. Thank you, boys in chat. This is what I keep you around for. So thank you very much. Yes, but Blaze, Solar Power, I think it does get Hurricane. Dragon Fly? Is there even a Dragon type starter? No, there's not. There's not a Dragon type starter. Well, either way, we need to put 1 point into something because, again, these are starter Pokemon. So we need to have it be +1 somewhere. Where are we going to put this 1 point into, chat? It's speed. 101 speed. I think if this 1 point is going to make the difference, I think it makes the biggest difference in the speed stat. I'm seeing defense. I don't think it makes a difference in defense. 110 special attack looks nice. I think I'm hesitant to give it 101 speed. I think that we'll give it into its special attack, because I think that 110 is a nice even number. I don't think it breaks Charizard even a little bit at all. And I think that that's a perfect place to put it. Speed tiers are significant. Vanjie, you're absolutely correct. I love the fact that 101 gets a jump on base 100s, but at the same time, Charizard's already pretty fast. 1 point's actually not going to make it too much different compared to a lot of other special attacking fire types. Notably, I'm thinking Pyroar, Blacephalon, Salazzle. God, there's more than that. But I think that a little extra power, it's kind of nice. 110, nice and even. Not that it necessarily needed to be changed, but we like even numbers. Strawberry Lemonade, that's absolutely correct. So, back to its ability. Now, I have an idea. Chat, what do you feel about Dragon's Maw? This way, now bear with me. Dragon's Maw basically just gives it stab on dragon type attacks. It does not give it a dragon typing. Berserk is cool. Berserk's really cool because if it takes rocks damage, it'll activate Berserk. Marvel scale or multi-scale. It doesn't... I see the Dragonite vibes. Berkano, welcome to the chat. Oh, Dragon's Maw or Berserk. Chat, I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me, then we're going to move on from Charizard. I think that Dragon's Maw is very cool. It's a third stab, but I also think Berserk could be super sick as well. I don't think that Charizard necessarily benefits from something like Aerolite, only because it's not running normal type moves usually ever. Yeah, the description of Dragon's Maw says signature ability of Regidrago powers up dragon type moves. Hand Charizard Brave Bird. Yeah, why doesn't Charizard get Brave Bird? That's a really good point. No, it won't only work on Regidrago. That's not it. Is Crobat more of a bird than Charizard is? Is it really though? I mean, it's a bat. See, okay, so I have no problem with giving other Pokemon signature abilities. Leroy, welcome. I have no problem with it. Because what we've seen is we've seen Pokemon have an ability, or have a Pokemon with an ability. So, like, let's say, I'm trying to think of a Pokemon with a unique ability that was given into another Pokemon. Drampa. Berserk was Drampa's signature ability, right? We're going to talk about Berserk for a little bit. Now, that's a signature ability. But then in Generation 8, it gave it to Galarian Moltres. So over time, these abilities sort of spill into other Pokemon. That's just always how you've seen it, you know? High Horsepower was the signature move of, I think, Mudsdale. And then in Generation 8, it was just given to everybody. So signature, to me, doesn't really matter that much. Chat, Dragon's Maw or Berserk? This is the question I want answered, then we're going to move on. I'm going to make sure. Make sure everything's all right. Make sure everything's all set. Yes, how you doing, everyone? How everybody doing? Berserk. We got one Berserk. Yeah, I think Crobat and Charizard, they're about the same in the bird department. They're pretty close. This is a low-key stream, boys. Not the same energy as Radical Red. I kind of like Berserk, too. Because then Berserk makes it a cleaner. My cat's trying to get in. No, you can't come in. I love you, but no. Oh, man. We want Berserk. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Berserk. Sounds good. Beautiful. Beautiful. Although I hate to say it, I did something in Generation 2, which I have gotten a Johto on my own time, that has Berserk. Now, Solar Power is okay in my book. It's not ideal. We could go through all of the abilities. I think that the starters absolutely need to keep their signature abilities, but besides that, I'm okay. So, that all being said, we're not going to go crazy with the rebalancing everything. Let me very quickly, I know you see a whole bunch of stuff. In case you're just coming here, the link to the Google Doc is in the description. So if you guys want to check it out, the full thing, you can click on that. We're not going to talk about all of the moves. If you guys think of moves that it should get, I will add them. But we're not going to take an entire section because this will take all night if we do that. We're only on the second Pokemon, keep in mind. And we've been streaming for about at least 20 minutes of balancing. So, I'd like to move on. Blastoise. Boys. Blastoise. Remember, 535 is the benchmark. Can I move it over more? I can. Oh, beautiful. There we go. 535 is the benchmark for Blastoise. All starters, I want to have 535 base stat total. Now, we do want to move on. Torrent and Rain Dish. Rain Dish is okay. Rain Dish is moderate. I think I like that idea, and I'm going to go with that idea. Making him just as defensive as he is specially defensive, I think not only fits Blastoise thematically because it is a turtle. To me, it doesn't even make sense why its special defense is higher, frankly. It should be its defense. I totally agree. Now, Mega Launcher. I can't believe Blastoise's special attack is only 85. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. But yeah. Yeah. Mega Launcher is very good. Yeah, Dish does give 1/16. I think that I wish it was more. I wish it was 1/8. But again, if you look at the assumptions, we are not changing the effects of abilities. It's right there. But I know you probably knew that. I just wanted to say that because I think that that would be cool. Mega Launcher is very, very interesting. It is only 1/16. Give Blastoise Dragon Claw. It's kind of a dragon. I don't think there's any reason for it not to get Dragon Claw. Sure, we'll give Blastoise Dragon Claw. That's the whole reason we're here, chat. That's the reason that I did this stream. Dragon Claw. There it is. Wow, look at that. We gave Blastoise Dragon Claw. Now, we don't want to go crazy on these Pokemon, right? 535 is absolutely fine. I think 85 base special attack is nothing crazy. $20 away from its attack and putting it in special attack, I think that's a little too much. Blastoise with base 63 attack sounds sad. Sounds a little sad. Charizard is the offensive, special attacking one. Venusaur is the more bulky, rounded one. Blastoise is the more defensive one. Weak Armor could be cool. Stamina is very interesting. Blastoise only gets Life Dew as a recovery move. Only gets Life Dew. Which ain't a big deal. Ain't a big deal. I don't know. It might get Aqua Ring. I thought about Water Steel for Blastoise. I don't think that that's necessary. Empoleon's already Water Steel. If you guys have seen Rebalancing, Seaking is now also Water Steel. Stamina is pretty interesting. I'm hesitant because it is so specially bulky as well. I think Rock Blast is... I'm sold on Rock Blast. Without a doubt, I'm sold on Rock Blast. Keep in mind, chat. Keep in mind that the Pokemon that I did not touch their movesets as well. I'm sold on Mega Launcher, especially with base 85 attack. I think that that's absolutely fair for it to get. And therefore, it shall be. I don't think I'm going to give it Bullet Seed. Only because with Shell Smash, that's a little absurd. That means basically nothing can wall it. But Mega Launcher, I'm good with it. +5 into its defense. Chat, before we move on, is there anything we should do to Blastoise? I think that especially in Generation 8, the reason I did not touch it initially was due to its access to Shell Smash. I think that Shell Smash makes Blastoise very, very good. Sludge Bomb? Water Steel I like. I don't love. There's already a Water Steel type in Empoleon. I don't see Blastoise as a rock type necessarily. Caracosta's already the water rock turtle Pokemon. Dreadnaught's also a water rock turtle Pokemon. Earth Power would be really nice. Heal Pulse. I vibe with Heal Pulse, and I'll tell you why I vibe with Heal Pulse. Because we focus on singles in this series. Granted, we focus on singles, but it does synergize with Mega Launcher. And something like Clawitzer gets Heal Pulse, so I think it makes sense for Blastoise to get Heal Pulse. Zap Cannon. It has an event move in Generation 2. Is that true? And it doesn't have it now? Well, Pokemon. Well, guys, I'm looking for an electric type move. There it is. Zap Cannon it is. Blunder Policy, Zap Cannon, Shell Smash. Man, does that count for Mega Launcher? Do you know? That might be a little too cracked. I think that's probably where we're going to leave Fake Out Helping Hand Blastoise. I love it. I think Zap Cannon is a little crazy, but it is Generation 1. It did not have Zap Cannon back in Generation 2. It might be too crazy. It doesn't... Oh, it's not affected. Oh, I see. Okay, perfect. Well, boys, that does it for our rebalanced Blastoise. I think that 5 into its defense, as well as Mega Launcher, makes this thing absolutely crazy in both singles and doubles. Now, because this is the addendum, we're going to go back all the way to the very beginning of the first episode of Project Pocket Monster. Now, if you guys haven't seen it, this is part 1. This is stuff from part 1, which I'd like to cover right now. So, and I'd like to speak candidly with all of you about it. Remember, guys, I'm going to say this for the first time this stream. Let me very quickly check how many people. 15 viewers. That's not as many as, 19. Well, hold on. Wait, analytics? There it is. It's not Radical Red. I don't expect crazy amounts of viewers. But, regardless, thank you all for hanging out with me. I really appreciate all of the time, all the feedback. This has been something I've wanted to do for a very long time, and I love the fact that I'm able to talk with y'all, theory craft with y'all, that sort of thing. Now, that all being said, this is my balanced Butterfree. I wanted to give Butterfree 450 stats. 450. 395 does not really do it. 450 I think is a very solid middle ground. You see I did it for Beedrill as well. Tinted Lenses and Compound Eyes are 2 very fantastic abilities. Special attack being 100 I don't believe to be very crazy. I don't think it's very crazy. I wanted Butterfree's stats to mirror Beedrill's, but if I were to change anything about this balanced Butterfree, this is the time. This is the time for you guys to give me the ideas, give me the feedback, you know? Is this too much? How is Butterfree? Because I'm thinking 100 special defense is pretty cool. Raising evolution levels, no, we're not changing anything like that. We're not changing when Pokemon evolve, how they evolve. It's not under the assumptions that are made, but we're not talking about pre-evolved Pokemon, so evolution has not come up in the conversation at all. But that's a very good question. That is not something that we're even bothering to touch. The reason I gave Butterfree Dry Skin is because its Pokédex entries reference the fact that water sort of rolls off its scales. That doesn't necessarily mean that it absorbs it. Actually, quite the opposite. But I thought that it'd be a pretty interesting ability and make it rather unique amongst other bug flying types. If I were ever to put all of this stuff into a fan-made game, then I would change the evolution levels for Butterfree. And then I'd also have to go through and tweak Metapod's learn set and a whole bunch of other things. But that's something that we're not going to really do. So, I gave Butterfree Sticky Web, 100 base special attack, 100 special defense, and 25 speed. Base 450 attacks. I'm not going to change tinted lenses. I'm not going to change compound eyes. The only thing I may change is dry skin. That might be it. Butterfree's already pretty good for this type of really bad bug type. Yeah, we're saving that for the ROM hack. Absolutely, Berkana. Oh, that was really cold. Oh God. Whew. Dear goodness. Simple, because it's a simple mon. I would not want to see a simple... Does this thing get Quiver Dance? I don't think this thing gets Quiver Dance. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I'm going to check. We're going to make sure. No Quiver Dance. That would be absurd. Angel, Glory to the Union. Absolutely, I can explain it. It gets Quiver Dance and Radical Red. I'm not giving Butterfree Quiver Dance, because that's basically what Vivillon does. Now, Angel, Glory to the Union. Basically, I've done a series called Project Pocket Monster, where I've went through and I've rebalanced every single Pokemon that's fully evolved in the Kanto region. In this stream, we're going over the things that I changed in that series, as well as taking feedback from viewers. You guys can give me your ideas, your thoughts on what you would do to balance Pokemon. That sort of stuff. Does Butterfree get Quiver Dance in the main games? I'm about to freaking check. No. Oh, yeah, it does. No way. Absolutely no way I give it Simple. Simple Quiver Dance with Sleep Powder? No. No, sorry. Butterfree does get Acrobatics. It does. Really, since Gen 5? Holy crap, that's actually absurd. I'm not seeing any big changes we should make to Butterfree. Everything we've done, we've done. So, chat, we're going to move on, if that's okay with y'all, because it's okay with me, because we got to get through a whole lot of Pokemon. Baton Pass, Butterfree gets Baton Pass. Butterfree's done. Come on, guys, come on. But you know who's not done? Probably not, anyway. Probably not. Truthfully, I don't know. Beedrill. Beedrill. B-E-E Drill. Boys. Now, I wanted Beedrill's stats to parallel Butterfree's. That's why two of them, its attack and its speed, are 100 and 100. Horn Leech is very interesting. It does get Leech Life. I think Horn Leech Beedrill is actually pretty cool. It's actually pretty cool. Murphy, you got one. You got it, Murphy. Beedrill in the coverage. It has been done. It has been decided. Horn Leech is now a thing. Beedrill with Horn Leech is very, very hype. Now, 100 base speed is very fast, obviously. 100 attack, pretty good too. What comments are from 4 years ago? Beedrill doesn't have Roost? What do you... Leroy, I don't know what you're talking about. Roost. Beedrill's not really a bird, though. Granted, the Galarian birds don't get Roost. It's fine. It's fine. I don't think Roost is I don't want to give Beedrill Roost. It already has Leech Life. It already has Horn Leech. Who gets Roost? It's not a bird. I don't know, chat. No Retreat. That's high-key sick. Wait a minute. That's high-key sick. No Retreat's high-key sick. Omni Boost. No Retreat does make a lot of sense for a B. Yeah. No Retreat and also Fell Stinger make Beedrill absurdly scary. No Retreat makes dumb sense for a B. And that is a great idea. Gunk Shot, I think it would help. I think Poison Jab makes a little bit more sense. Granted, it is a poison type. You know, a lot of mons that aren't poison type also get Gunk Shot. But I don't think it necessarily needs it. Mega Beedrill, no Retreat, scary. But there's no Megas in this meta. No Megas. It's the assumption. Boys, it's the assumptions. No Megas, no Retreat, Horn Leech. Technician, Fell Stinger. Oh God. Butterfree actually has Sticky Webs. Now, I want to be able to separate the different kinds of Pokemon from each other. So, Ariados has Toxic Spikes and Sticky Web. Butterfree just has Sticky Web. And Beedrill just has Toxic Spikes. I think that that's kind of fair. Fell Stinger, Beedrill, I believe, already has it. No Retreat is great. Does Beedrill get First Impression? That's a great question. Great question. Beedrill, in fact... Nope, that's Sun and Moon. Beedrill does not get First Impression. And I think that it should. And I think that that is where we are going to move on from Beedrill. Chat, a lot of really good suggestions. Super stuff. Lunge? Does it not have Lunge? Does it really not have Lunge? Yeah, and Lunge too. Yeah. I mean, that's just bug type moves that it needed, frankly. I mean, come on. I mean, seriously? It doesn't have Lunge? Are you kidding me? Definitely. Alright, chat. That is our rebalanced Beedrill. It is beautiful. And you guys don't see it, but I did put Lunge there. Mega, we gave it First Impression, Lunge, Horn Leech, and no Retreat. Awesome stuff. We didn't need to touch its stats at all. I don't think we need to touch its abilities at all either. Which is totally cool. Now, Pidgeot. There we go. Pidgeot, I gave it its Mega's ability. Now, I think, on a second glance at Pidgeot, I think I'm going to take 10 points out of its special attack. I think I'm only going to give it 80. Now, you might be wondering why. Well, Aerialite boosts its, I guess, normal type moves by 1.2% anyway. So, Boom Burst from 80% is... Yeah, 90 is a lot with Aerialite. I completely agree. I think that, upon second glance, I think that 80 sounds a lot more fair. I think that this distribution makes a lot more sense, especially considering we gave it access to extreme speed. I think that I think that Pidgeot should be able to come in and do the things, you know, it should be able to revenge kill, and that's pretty much it. It has 101 speed, which it does outspeed base 100s anyway. If you slap a choice specs on there, like a Swellow, Scrappy Boomburst Swellow does a crazy amount of damage, so it would only do more if it was boosted by Aerialite. And Swellow only has base, I think, 75 special attack. So, I know that's kind of insane. Aeroblast? What is Aeroblasts? I have to believe it gets dual wing beat. Is it even in Generation 8? I don't even think it is. Well, if it doesn't get dual wing beat, it should get dual wing beat, frankly. What, how much power is Aeroblast? Aeroblast is 100? 100 base power. I think that you're going to be running Hyper Voice or Boom Burst anyway. I don't think it needs Aeroblast. I like the high critical hit chance. I don't think it needs it. I like the idea, though. I like where your head's at. Early Bird over Keen Eye. It does not get dual wing beat. It will get dual wing beat. With only 70 attack, I think extreme speed actually isn't crazy. Give me a moment. Control copy. What do we give it? Dual wing beat. Dual wing beat's a guarantee. 100%. Beedrill. I keep saying Beedrill. Pidgeot already has U-turn. I think that's fine. No guard does mega ability. Aerialite is, obviously a very good flying type centered ability. Extreme speed, 70 base attack makes it not that crazy. We could lower its attack even further. I don't think Beak Blast is that necessary either. Mostly because it's just a bad move. And it makes Toucannon unique in its own right. Is it possible that I remove a move? Yes. Well, not that it already gets in base Pokemon. So we can remove anything that we've given it. So Hyper Voice, Extreme Speed, Boom Burst, and Dual Wing Beat are all able to be taken off the table. But we're not going in and removing things that they already get. We're not changing that part of... We're just adding on, if that makes any sense. We're not going to be like, Beedrill shouldn't get Brave Bird now because it has dual wing beat. We can't retroactively go in and have all of these assumptions and whatnot. Curse? Does Pidgeot get Curse? What? Does Pidgeot get Curse? Why would I remove Curse? I think that's kind of awesome. I think a Curse Pidgeot is pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool. I don't think it's good. I think it's cool. All right. Well, Keen Eye, No Guard, Aerialite. I think that's all fine. Early Bird's a pretty bad ability regardless. No Guard and Aerialite, you're probably running it 100% of the time anyway. Keep in mind, guys, we don't want to give Pokemon... Well, not that we don't want to give Pokemon 3 good abilities, because obviously we do. Obviously, we want to make them good. But they don't have to have 3 good abilities. 1 good ability and 2 abilities are also okay. So, it seems that we have come to a standstill on Pidgeot. Let's move on to Raticate. So, Raticate. Boys. 55 base HP. I gave Raticate 20 attack, 10 defense, and 10 speed. 107 speed, 101 attack with Guts, with Strong Jaw, with Hustle. Young lad, welcome to the chat. We are balancing Raticate. Now, boys, I'm going to very quickly take a tinkle. And while I'm gone, come up with ideas for Raticate. Please, please. If you think Raticate needs to get moves, let me know. If you don't like the abilities, also let me know. In the meantime, you can enjoy this lovely sky background that is behind my head. the fastest tinkle of all time, boys. We're back. It's here. E-Speed or Giga Impact. Sorry, John. Sorry about the chair. Sorry about the chair, my man. I know, chair always steals the spotlight from me. I don't mean for it to happen, but it just sort of does. You know? This is probably going to go up in its entirety. Actually, I might just leave the VOD up. Oh, man, maybe I'll edit it. I don't know. No, actually, you know what? I think this is pretty fine. I think just hanging out with viewers and talking about it is a good idea. Especially considering I can also have the live chat up as well. And people can see that. I have the live chat saved. So in essence, it'll be part of the video anyway. So you guys are part of the video. Congratulations. I couldn't get it to work in OBS. I tried. It didn't work. But that is absolutely okay. Because I am still listening. So, it gets Giga Impact. Such sacred. Welcome. Nuzzle's a good idea. Nuzzle's a pretty okay idea. Guts, Hustle, and Runaway boost everything it has. I think that adaptability with 101 attack is kind of a lot. Intimidate, it's a rat. You know, it's a rat. On second glance, 101 attack might be too much. And I think it has Stomping Tantrum. But if it has Stomping Tantrum, does it need high horsepower? You know, is it a horse? What Pokemon gets high horse? How many Pokemon get high horsepower now? Gotta be a lot. It has to be a lot. I think that 101 base attack is actually probably a little too crazy. I'm actually gonna subtract that by 5. I think that 96 is totally fine. I think 101 with adaptability is a little bit absurd. I'd rather stick that 5 points somewhere else. Which, chat? Rhyperior gets high horsepower? I mean, Rhyperior and Raticate have nothing in common, though. You know? Rhyperior is at least a ground type. And maybe HP. Kelp, that's a good idea. I'm thinking HP. I think it doesn't need to be faster, necessarily. It's all good, young lad. Take care of those isopods. Tail Slap. Angel, Glory to the Union. That is the type. That is exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stuff that fits thematically, that makes sense because it's a rat. I think that that's exactly it. In fact, I'm going to give it to both Raticates. Tail Slap is totally good. I'm not going to turn it into a normal steel type. I think that it's too much of a stretch. It's a little too much of a stretch. I like the idea. I like the thought process. Do we put the 5 points into its HP? Because I want it to be 453. It actually has Gunk Shot. Poison Fang. I'm going to put it into its HP. Yeah. All right, chat. There we go. It has been done. It has been decreed. Alolan Raticate, or regular Raticate. I do like the idea of Poison Fang. In fact, I like it so much that I'm going to insert a row. And I'm going to add it to both of their repertoires. Especially with Raticate having Strong Jaw. I think that helps it out a lot. In fact, I think I'm actually going to get rid of Gunk Shot on both of them. I think the Poison Fang makes a little bit more sense. So now I'm going to delete that row. I'm going to make sure I didn't mess up anything over here. It's too fat to be 107 speed. It actually doesn't get every Fang move. Now it does because I just gave it every Fang move. I gave it Fire Fang, Ice Fang, Thunder Fang, and we just now gave it Poison Fang. It might be too fat to be 107 speed. I think that's fair. 97 is its best stat, though. Speed is its best stat. And when we balance Pokemon, we want to increase what they're good at. We don't want to necessarily, in rare cases, do we change up the archetype of a Pokemon. So Raticate is a fast physical attacker. It's still a fast physical attacker. It's just faster, hits a little bit harder. Perugly outspeed the Laddies, though. That's exactly what I'm thinking. So I think the 107 is okay. I think that we are absolutely okay. Now, boys, we move on to the Alolan form of this Raticate. Now, we did just talk about all of Raticate's things. I made it bulky. So obviously, 25 into its defense, 15 into its special defense, gluttony, cheek pouch, and thick fat. Make it pretty interesting. Not very good, but a combination of cheek pouch and also the ability to... Does it get stockpile? Does it get stockpile? I'm checking. Hold on, guys. Hold on. See, again, I looked through all of this at one point, but it does get stockpile. So, my idea was a stockpile cheek pouch Raticate. So it can actually boost pretty crazily. And all three of those abilities do fit thematically. Thick Fat it already got. Gluttony it already got. Hustle, I think, is a little bit of a waste on Alolan Raticate. And also, we are keeping the Alolan forms, just as a general rule of thumb, we are keeping the Alola forms base stat totals exactly the same as the regular form. Not the stat spread, but the totals. Does it need Belly Drum? I don't think so. I'm okay. I like Belly Drum. I don't think that it needs it. Does it get? It must get Quick Attack, right? Belly Drum. Actually, it might not even. It doesn't get Quick Attack. It gets Sucker Punch. Belly Drum Sucker Punch sounds just absurd. Infestation. Ha ha ha. Infestation because of fleas. Hilarious. Hilarious. Beautiful. And I'm only going to give it to Alolan Raticate. Oh, that's set up in support. My bad, hold on. Command Z, Command Z, Command Z. Command Z, Command Z. Okay. Insert a row right here. Paste that. Infestation is hilarious. I like it. It does not get Wicked Blow. I'm not going to give it Wicked Blow. Just because it's a dark type doesn't mean that it should get a really broken dark type stab move. Base 71 attack still isn't crazy or anything. Crispy Bacon, welcome to the chat. I think that Infestation's really, really good idea. I think that base 95 defenses across the board are pretty alright as well. False Surrender. Does it get False Surrender? Might not get False Surrender. False Surrender is good. Greedent's signature move, I believe, is Stuffed Cheeks, which I did in fact give Alolan Raticate. False Surrender, I'm actually good with giving as well. And in fact, I'm also going to give, now that we're here, I'm going to give it Jaw Lock, which is Dreadnought's signature ability. Because obviously, look at this thing. I mean, come on. It's a dark type, makes sense. That is that. I gotta figure out the settings on my monitors. I'm pretty sure it gets Assurance. It might not get Assurance though. It does get Assurance. Yep, it gets Assurance. Okay, so I think that Alolan Raticate is done. I think that we have added a couple good moves to it. Don't think it necessarily needs Memento. Does it get a fighting type move? It gets counter. It gets bulk up. It gets final gambit. It gets reversal and revenge. Revenge fits entirely. I don't think it needs another fighting type move. Pursuit, I'm pretty sure it got pursuit at least. It does get pursuit. And I'm pretty sure it also gets snatch. So, yes. So we're being redundant. I think that we have hit the peak of what the Raticates can be. I think that we added a couple really good moves to it. And I think that it is time for us to move on to Furo. Chat, Furo. Oh, it is time for Furo. Oh, it is time for Furo. Now, I gave Furo 15 points into its HP, 9 points into its attack, and 11 points into its speed. I think 9 into its attack may be too much. Furo already gets Drill Peck. These are moves that Pokemon don't already get. Now, I gave it Intimidate. I gave it Gale Wings. I thought Sniper was totally fine. I think Gale Wings is pretty interesting, especially with an 111 speed tier. It makes it Thick Fat, Bulk Up, Oblivion Wing. I believe Furo does, I believe, get Pluck. I believe it gets Pluck. I don't think this thing's really fat, necessarily. In fact, it runs from most of the encounters. It's not really that scrappy. Does Furo not get Brave Bird? Does it not get Brave Bird? If it doesn't get Brave Bird, then we're going to fix that right now. We're going to fix it. If it doesn't get Brave Bird, we're going to fix it. Don't worry. Furo doesn't get Brave Bird. What? Okay, well. I think it should get Brave Bird. But I also think that if it's going to have Gale Wings, I think it doesn't need the boost to its attack. Base 90 is 16 points higher than Talonflame's. And that puts Furo at 468 stat total. I think that's also pretty fine. Can't believe it doesn't get Brave Bird. Ryan, I'm going to ask you to not double message in chat. If you keep doing it, I'm going to have to mute you. I don't want to have to do that. Because I do see the messages. And I'm doing my best to keep up with all of them as well. So, not going to give it Bolt Beak. Definitely not. But that just goes for just a general rule of thumb. If you're double messaging, I probably will see it. I probably see the first one anyway, especially considering there's only like 20 people in the stream. There's 22 people in the stream. So I see them. You know, I get the message. I don't respond to every message, but I try to. You know? I appreciate the suggestions, though, of course. No, I see pretty much every single message, though. Don't worry. At least with this many people. So I do see and read and process it. It's just a matter of if I talk about it or not, you know? Flying normal ground's pretty good coverage. I think so, too. US mentions how it will snatch Ultra Sun. Does it not have snatch? I will give it snatch. Oh. See? That is exactly the type of thing that I want. It doesn't get Air Slash. And it also, I don't believe, gets Dual Wing Beat. Air Slash and Dual Wing Beat. Sounds good. And Snatch. So. Snatch. Air Slash. And Dual Wing Beat. This was before I started to go through every single move that existed. And this was also around the time that... Actually, you know what? I might have started this before... No, I definitely didn't start it before the Isle of Armor dropped. I started this before the Crown Tundra dropped. Absolutely. But yeah, I didn't give Pokemon Generation 8 moves because I didn't know if they would be coming back or not. Obviously, Furo did not come back, so it makes sense. So, now this is our Furo. I don't think I'm going to give it Glare. Does Seed Bomb make sense? Remember, we don't want to give Pokemon too many moves either. That is something that has happened over the last 20 years as well. We want to find the perfect balance between a Pokemon's coverage and, you know, what it can fight. Does that make any sense? If there's already flying types who have access to Bullet Seed, I don't think Fearow should get it. Because I don't see Fearow being able to shoot seeds like bullets or like bombs. You know, to me it doesn't make a lot of sense. Arbok does get Glare. It's one of the only reasons Arbok is good. I think that Snatch is a very good addition. Air Slash and Dual Wing Beat are good additions, as well as Brave Bird. I think that's what we're going to call Fearow. Fearow is not in Sword and Shield, unfortunately. I don't want to give it any sort of Grass-type coverage. Its moveset is already pretty decent. I think that Bulky Waters should... Does Fearow not get Horn Drill? Fearow has, as far as fighting types, does not get any sort of fighting type coverage. I think that's okay. There are other flying types that do get fighting type coverage, though. And that's a whole nother thing, is that we have to sort of parcel out the moves we give to each Pokemon. So because it has access to Gale Wings, I don't necessarily also want to give it access to something like Close Combat, you know? Even though, you know, Staraptor has Close Combat, whatever, what have you. That is where we're going to call Fearow, I do believe. Now, boys, it is time for El Arbok. El Arbok. Just as the Xenoblade comes on, can't give it Sacred Sword. Now, we gave Arbok better defenses, not better offenses, but Intimidate, Shed Skin, and Corrosion, because it is a Cobra, because it said that Arbok's Venom is one of the most poisonous in the entire Pokemon world. The Dark type to me made sense because of its whole chest pattern and everything. I think that because Arbok was introduced before the Dark type was a thing, and they didn't really retroactively go back and add Dark types, I think that this makes sense. Dragon Tail? Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail. There's no normal poison type. Give me a moment. I'm searching through Smogon. Arbok. I don't think Arbok gets Dragon Tail. It does get Dragon Tail. It already gets Dragon Tail. That's what I thought. I thought it already got Dragon Tail. It has that. Heck yeah. It definitely has Crunch. Definitely has Detail. Baneful Bunker. It's a Cobra. Dig. It does get Dig. Arbok actually gets Earthquake too. So, like, there's that. Dragon Dance. It's not a dragon. I can't in my right mind give Arbok Dragon Dance. I just can't. I just can't. I like it, especially because it has Coil. Foul Play. Foul Play I like. No Wicked Blows. Stop with the Wicked Blows, Kelt. Not happening. I do like Play Rough. I think that having a Dark type have Psychic Fangs is kind of a little much. But I am going to give it Foul Play. And I think that's what we're going to call Arbok as well. I know that seems like we didn't spend a lot of time on them, but since we've already moved on to the moves, I think that we've pretty much determined that everything else about it is totally fine. 75, 89, 99 defense profile is pretty good. 503 base stat total is really good as well. Corrosion's pretty good. It is spooky. Intimidate is basically the intimidation portion of it. It gets Pursuit. I could be convinced to give it Lunge. I could be convinced. In fact, I have been convinced. That's not Stab. That is Coverage. Arbok now has Lunge. We've done it. Chat, we've done it. It makes an eerie sound by expelling air from its mouth. Eerie impulse? Nigea's got the deep dex. It does get brutal swing. Yep. Lunge. Yeah. Coil and lunge actually make it pretty solid. I'm not going to give it eerie impulse. I like the idea, but I'm not going to give it eerie impulse. I think that's like... Maybe... Well, it is based on a King Cobra. Tell you what, we'll compromise. If we're talking about it making eerie sounds, why don't we give this thing Noble Roar? Because it is a King Cobra. It already gets Screech. Yeah, we're gonna move on from Arbok. So, Foul Play, Lunge, and Noble Roar are what we decided to add to it. That is plenty, in my opinion. Raichu, boys. It is time to look at Raichu. Now, for Raichu, I subtracted 20 from its attack stat. I gave it 10 to its special attack, and I gave it 10 to its speed. So it still has 485 base stat total. I gave it competitive because it is always fighting for dominance with Pikachu, being the fact that it is overshadowed by its younger brother. I'm not going to give it Dragon Tail. It's not a Dragon Tail. It's not a Dragon's Tail. Arbok is close. Arbok is close enough to a Dragon's Tail. That's a Lightning Bolt. Now, 100 special attack is good. It is good. Fighting Electric, I think, is a little too much. Power Whip is not a bad idea. Especially, it has Grass Knot already. Doesn't it have Grass Knot? I think it has Grass Knot. I'm actually not opposed to giving it Power Whip. I'll give it... Power Whip is fine with me. And I'll tell you why Power Whip's fine with me. Because it already gets Grass-type coverage. And on top of that, it's a special attacker anyway. So it doesn't actually do anything for it besides just add to it. You know what I'm saying? In fact, I'm going to give Alolan Raichu Power Whip as well. E-Speed makes a lot of sense, I think. I think E-Speed makes sense too. It is said that Raichu goes dummy fast. It is a fast freaking boy. So I think that E-Speed makes sense as well. I don't think Raichu gets Extreme Speed. I'm pretty sure Raichu does not get Extreme Speed. I will check. I'll do some maneuvering. Don't worry. We double check ourselves here. Raichu does get... Oh, no, it does get Extreme Speed. Wait a minute. I stand corrected. Thank you, chat. I'm not a Pokemon master, I swear. Yeah, it does. Raichu does get Extreme Speed. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does in Generation 8, too. Actually, did they lower Extreme Speed's base power? Oh, no, they didn't. That's Facade. Haha. I'm lying to you. Okay. Raichu seems like we've agreed. Flame Wheel's very interesting. Doesn't really help it all too much. I think that if we give a Pokemon Flame Wheel, I think we give it to Morpeko. But Morpeko's all the way in Generation 8. We got plenty of generations to get through before we even get to Generation 8. So, Final Gambit. Final Gambit's not bad. Does it not already get Final Gambit? Alolan Raichu, give it Aqua Tail. Yeah. Yep. I'm not going to give it Final Gambit. I don't think Power Whip's too good. I don't think so. Base 70 attack. It already gets Grass Knot. It's going to be using Grass Knot 100% of the time anyway. So, I actually don't mind giving it Power Whip. Aqua Tail, I think I'm going to give it. I'm going to give it Aqua Tail. I think that is totally fine. I might need to redo some of these formatting things. Oh, no. Give me a moment. Insert row. Copy. Paste. Eat that out of there. And Aqua Tail. Because it is a surfer dude. And I think it makes sense, guys. I just think it makes sense. I'm going to check over here. Because obviously this all got dinged up. Perfect. Wonderful. All right, and back to business. Alolan Raichu. I believe it already gets Surf. It already gets Surf. I'm pretty sure... Wait, does Alolan Raichu not get Surf? Hold on. Alolan Raichu must get Surf. If it doesn't, then I'm going to be the saddest person in the entire world. It does get Surf. It gets Surf. It's all good. Guys, it gets Surf. It does. It gets Surf. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, that's all good. I think that with 15 more special attack as well, it makes it really, really good in electric terrain. And, yeah, no, electric psychic with 110 base special attack is already super solid. I think that I'm not going to give it a fairy typing because it was so recent and it's the only electric psychic type that exists. That is very unique. Is it the only electric psychic type? Levitate's interesting. Levitate's really interesting, actually. No, I'm giving it Luster Purge because of, like, Luster Purge is light, you know? Mist Ball is mist. I think that Alolan Raichu, just Raichu in general, sort of more, I don't want to say embodies light, but it deals with it more, you know? And besides, it's going to run Psychic anyway. I really like all the Mist of the Waves, dude. Not going to give it Psycho Boost. Definitely not. Definitely not that. Although I do really like Levitate. I do really like Levitate for this thing. Especially considering it's a Psychic type. I think I'm going to get rid of Static for Levitate. I think I really like that idea. And I think that's what we're going to call it. No, I think that, got to keep Static. Why do we got to keep Static? I guess Alolan Raichu doesn't really compete. I'm pretty sure it gets Charm, and I'm pretty sure it also gets... It doesn't get Lovely Kiss. I'm pretty sure it gets Charm, though. It does get Charm. Pikachu's thing is Static? Is it really? Is it really? I don't know. I don't know. I think that... Static... Lightning Rod competitive... No, we're going to keep it with competitive. Not going to give it triple axle. Not going to give it triple axle. Okay, alright. Alolan Raichu is completely done, which brings us to Sand Slash. I do like the changes we made to Alolan Raichu. All the additional moves were super good. Sand Slash. Sand Slash. I gave it Tough Claws. I gave it Rough Skin. I give it better defense. I give it the same special attack as Alolan Sand Slash. I give it better special defense, and I gave it better speed. I think the 80 speed, in retrospect, is too much for Sand Slash. And I think I'm going to subtract it by 10. And I think having it have base 70 speed is absolutely fine. And instead of subtracting this by 20, I'm going to subtract by 10. I think 70 is a little more fair. It does get Rapid Spin. It gets Rapid Spin too. I think 80 is a little too fast for it. Sandslash having the base stat total as Excadrill does make a lot of sense. It does make a lot of sense. It has Spiky Shield. Spiky Shield. Is this appearing? Does it say Spiky Shield there? Yeah. Spiky Shield right there. I gave it Spiky Shield. Gave it Needle Arm. Gave it Sucker Punch. It's actually showing up super bright in OBS too. Why is it so bright? So strange. Dragon Claw and Shadow Claw. I think it already has Aerial Ace. Keyshawn, welcome to the chat. I'm definitely not going to give it a... Yeah, it already gets Shadow Claw. I'm not going to give it Dragon Claw either, frankly. I'm not going to give it Dragon Claw. I know it's a claw move. I just don't think it needs it, frankly. It does get Metal Claw. With Tough Claws, it's even a little bit boosted. So, Needle Arm, Sucker Punch, and Spiky Shield. Fire Punch, doesn't need it. Doesn't need Fire Punch. It gets Sand Rush. 70 speed with Sand Rush is kind of crazy. Flame Wheel is interesting. V-Create. Yeah, give Sandslash V-Create. Accelerock, I think, is a little too much for it. I sort of like where Sandslash is sitting right now. Big V, welcome to the chat. Accelerock is like one of those moves that if it had such a wide distribution, it would be super busted. Like, Priority Rock is crazy. And I'm pretty sure... Does Sandslash not get Fake Out? Let me check. Sandslash does not get Fake Out. Does it need Fake Out? I don't think it needs Fake Out. I believe it does get Stealth Rock. It definitely gets Stealth Rock. It gets Rock Slide. Probably gets Climb. I think Sandslash is fine. I think that we've come to a consensus. Scale Shot. Now that is a move. Dragon Claw I'm not there for. Scale Shot, I'm absolutely down for Scale Shot. Absolutely. That is our new and improved Sandslash. Scale Shot's really, really good. Really, really good. Iron Defense? Who gets Iron Defense? Let me take a look at the distribution of Iron Defense. That's a sigh of Darmanitan gets Iron Defense. Darmanitan does. I think that's where we're going to call it. Sandslash, Iron Defense. Makes sense. I'm going to go back through and I'm going to reformat eventually, but not right now. Iron Defense, great suggestion. Boosting its defense is definitely something that Sandslash should be able to do, especially considering it's based on an armadillo. I think that that's thematic. I think it makes sense. And especially considering that other Pokemon like Darmanitan and freaking Duosion, Phalanx, they all get Iron Defense. It makes sense. Great idea. Sandslash is officially really good. Now, Alolan Sandslash. I didn't give it Sucker Punch. I believe it already gets Hone Claws. I'm pretty sure it gets Hone Claws. Tough Claws, Refrigerate. Now, this is the same scenario. I think that's too much speed. I'm going to do +5. That way it's only at base 70. and we're going to give 10 points into its Spadef stat. To potentially take a little bit of a special hit, a tiny bit better. Spiky Shield, Ice Shard. We did in fact give Sandslash some moves. I think that Alolan Sandslash should also get Scale Shot, and it should also get Iron Defense. But chat, let me know. I think it should get the same things, basically. Does it get Triple Axle? 5 HP, 5 Spadef. Not bad. Not a bad idea. Iron Defense for sure. Scale Shot for sure. For sure, for sure. I don't want to give it Aqua Jet. It's already got Ice Shard. It gets Triple Axle. Perfect. Good. Absolutely. I'm down. I'm there for it. Chat is quiet. We've talked about Sandslash a lot, chat. I know. I know. Aerial Ace for the coverage. Does it already? I think it already gets Aerial Ace. Wait a minute. Oh, this thing already gets Iron Defense as well. It actually, this Sandslash gets Iron Defense. And it gets Aerial Ace, so... Steel Roller, it gets Steel Roller. Does regular Sandslash have Steel Roller? Steel Beam. It does get Steel Beam. Ice Fang. It probably should get Ice Fang, right? I mean, it has Ice Punch. We'll give it Ice Fang. I mean, if it gets all of that, I mean, come on. Okay, great. That is... He has claws. Ah, it is claws and not fangs. You're absolutely right, young lad. That is Sandslash. We give it Scale Shot. We redid its stat distribution just a teeny tiny bit. And now, Wigglytuff. Boys, Wigglytuff. I gave it Moonblast. It's Frisk is a great ability. Competitive is a great ability. Cute Charm was terrible. But I gave it Fluffy. Now, Fluffy doubles its base 45 defense, or whatever it would be, which actually I think makes it crazy. Wigglytuff already gets a ton of moves. I personally don't think that Wigglytuff needs to be changed at all. If anything, I would take away some points I gave to its speed. Base 65 speed is not crazy. But I think Wigglytuff's okay. I think this is actually like the perfect balance. It doesn't really need... I think it gets... Wigglytuff gets like everything, dude. Wigglytuff gets a lot of moves. Simple? Nah. Whirlwind. Ah, does Wigglytuff have Whirlwind? Does it have phasing of any sort? I really like the idea of Whirlwind. I'm going to give it Whirlwind. Phenomenal idea. Great idea. See, these are the things that I go through and I don't necessarily think about. You know? So I'm glad that I'm bringing it up to all of you guys, and you guys can help me rebalance these Pokemon. It has Dream Eater without a sleeping move. Really? Wigglytuff does, in fact... It does not get Body Press. But I think I'm willing to give it Body Press. It has Sing. Wigglytuff has Sing. This is true. This is true. I think I'm willing to give it Body Press. I think I'm willing. I'm there. Why not huge power like a Azumarill? Oh god. Cotton Guard? Not with Fluffy. Oh god, no. Oh god, no. Not with Wish, Fluffy. I can't. I can't, dude. That's sort of absurd. Although you can't run Wish, Heal Bell, Protect. I'm pretty sure it already gets Iron Defense. I think this is one of those Pokemon that just gets Iron Defense for no reason. No, it doesn't. It does not get Boom Burst. I don't think Fly sounds weird, necessarily. It does fly. It is a balloon Pokemon. In fact, I think that it sounds so not weird. It does get Bounce. I know it gets Bounce. It absolutely gets Bounce. I think that Fly is kind of fine. Fly basically is Bounce. Granted. But I think... ¿Por qué no los dos? Body Press, Fly, and Whirlwind. Competitive, very good ability. Fluffy, fantastic ability. Frisk, also decently underrated, especially with its newfound speed and special defense. I think it just needed a little bit of help in its special defense. Not a lot, but a little bit. I think I have to actually put a border on this boy. Put a border on that bad boy. I think that's good. I don't think I need to change any of its abilities. Let's go. We gotta start getting through more Pokemon. Vileplume. I didn't change anything about Vileplume stats. I thought it was a pretty decent Pokemon already. Effect Spore, Chlorophyll, and Stench. Wake Up Slap, Powder, Rage Powder. Does Vileplume need anything else, chat? Stench ain't a great ability. It already gets Drain Punch. Vileplume gets Drain Punch, guys. That's kind of crazy. Vileplume needs an HP boost. 490's pretty alright. So Vileplume is basically... It's basically Victory Bell. I'm going to see what Victory Bell's base stat total is. It is 490. It is 490. Vileplume with Spore... Yeah, Vileplume with Spore. His stats are fine. I think his stats are fine, especially with access to Strength Sap. I think Spore makes a ton of sense. Is Vileplume one of those Pokemon that only gets one screen? It gets Reflect, but it doesn't get Light Screen? I'm not going to give it T-Spikes, but I'm absolutely going to give it Light Screen. If it only gets Reflect, I'm absolutely going to give it Light Screen. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that I'm going to cave, and I'm going to give it Spore. I think that Spore makes a lot of sense for Vileplume, because it literally is known for paralyzing its enemies with its spores. Just walking around just literally paralyzes people. So I think that especially having a Spec Spore, I think that that's pretty good. Makes Vileplume very good physically defensive. Wall, Synthesis, Strength Sap, Spore. Powder is even an interesting move for it. You could run Screens. Spore Wake Up Slap is hilarious. I don't think I'm going to give it Rapid Spin. Stinky moves? Are there stinky moves? Are there moves that stink? Are there stinky moves, guys? Does it get Acid Spray? Let me go to its Smogon page. I know everybody. No Pokemon found. What? Oh, wait, no. Ha ha ha. Oops. I did an oopsie, and I looked up the wrong thing. I looked up a move that I gave Vileplume, and I could not find Vileplume because of it. Giga Drain, Sludge Bomb, Strength Sap, and probably Spore. I think that that's probably fine. I don't think it needs Acid Spray necessarily. And I think that's where we're going to call it for Vileplume. Now, Parasect. Now, guys, Parasect is one of those Pokemon that, like, I don't even think we need to touch, frankly. Does it get Belch? I don't know. I don't think it does get Belch, but you know what? We're going to give it Belch. Poison Heal does not work on a Poison-type Pokemon because it can't get poisoned. So, we're not changing the mechanics. It is an idea, however. What am I doing? Parasect. We did a lot to Parasect. Obviously, we gave it Poison Heal because it can get poisoned. We made it a Bug Ghost type because it is a dead bug being controlled by this mushroom, by this fungus. It's mind controlled. 465 base stat total, 80, 95, 95. I have it have attack order. I have it have all the order moves. Yeah, attack order's there. Poison Touch over Chlorophyll. That's okay. That's okay. We've moved on from Vileplume. We've moved on. I got you, young lad. I got you. 80 HP, 95, 95, 105 attack, Poltergeist, Shadow Sneak, Crab Hammer, a whole bunch of moves. It gets Spore. It gets a whole bunch of stuff. Yes, it is a Grass Ghost. I have it Skitter Smack. I have Lunge, Nightshade, Attack Order, all the order moves, Powder, Confuse Ray. It has got Shadow Sneak. I've thought about it. It's already there. It has Lunge. It didn't have Lunge prior, but I just gave it Lunge. So, I think Parasect's also pretty fine. Dry Skin makes sense. Effect Spore makes sense. Poison Heal's really, really good as well. Oh, Grass Ghost. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, Grass Ghost is interesting, but there is already Trevenant, and there is already Pumpkaboo and Gourgeist. So I thought that Bug Ghost is actually a little more unique. That's not a Shedinja, you know? Because it's the ghost of a bug. You know, it's not the ghost of the grass type. It's the ghost of the bug. So that's sort of my logic. I think that this is actually totally fine for it. And if there's no objections, chat, I'm going to move on because I spent a long time on Parasect. Some of these Pokemon I spent more time on than others, and you can clearly tell that based on how many moves they get and what their stat spreads look like. I believe Parasect already gets Night Slash. If it doesn't, that's okay. It doesn't really need it, so I'm not going to give it to it. I think I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on from Parasect. We got a lot to get through. Venomoth. Now, Venomoth I did a lot of different things to. I made it a parallel to Butterfree. Butterfree and Beedrill are both at 450. 480 is pretty high. It might be a little too high. I might have gone a little crazy on Venomoth. But, chat, you got to let me know what you think. Let's see. Here we go. Bring the music back. Where was the music? I don't know. I think that 480 is probably a little too high. Subtracting from attack isn't super necessary. Venomoth already gets Quiver Dance, so I'm not really worried about that. Tinted Lenses, Shield Dust, and Wonder Skin are all pretty fine as well. Does it need 5 points into its speed stat? Not necessarily. You know, I will give it Roost. If it doesn't have Roost already, which I actually don't know, give me a moment. This is one of those Pokemon I think I could get down with giving it Roost. It already has Roost. Never mind. Y'all make me double check myself. It already gets Roost. It already gets... It does not... It gets Reflect. It does not get Light Screen. Something to make it better than Butterfree and Beedrill, since it's always remembered as the Spore Quiver Dancer. And this is true. This is true. This is absolutely true. Now, I think that in order to do that... You're right. You're right. It does need to be better than Butterfree. Not better than Butterfree. Actually, I think what makes it better, potentially better than Butterfree, is access to Scale Shot and Synchronoise, as well as having Powder. Skitter Smack. Yep. Skitter Smack. I'm sold on. Sold on it. Even though it's not a physical attacker, it don't matter. Synchronoise actually makes it able to hit all poison types super effectively. Pollen Puff's a decent one. I think Pollen Puff has an argument here. I think it has an argument here. Absolutely. The scales, I'm down. I'm down for it. Absolutely. I think that since its speed ties Butterfree and its special attack is the same as Butterfree, it can do different things than Butterfree, especially with Powder, especially with Synchronoise. It basically is Butterfree, except with a poison typing. So that already separates it as a Quiver Dance sweeper. It's better offensively because of poison type. Does it get Tailwind? I believe it does get Tailwind. It does get Tailwind. Sludge Wave? Does not get Sludge Wave. Yeah, we can give it Sludge Wave. Yeah, we can give it Sludge Wave. Why not? And we're going to move on. We're going to move on from Venomoth. It's not super different than Butterfree, but it's got a couple of things up its sleeve that it can do that is different. It does speed tie Butterfree, and it does do the same thing with Sleep Powder Quiver Dance, but instead it gets Synchronoise, Butterfree gets Webs. One's more of a support Pokemon, one's more of a sweeper, especially with the poison typing. Now, chat. Doug Trio. Moving on. Got to be able to know, 100 base attack. I gave it 60 HP, 126 speed. Might be a little too much. 126 might be too much. I may dial that back a tad. 121. Oh, well, regular Persian's 121. I don't think it should outspeed 125s. I think that its moveset is absolutely fine. I don't think there's much to do either. I don't think there's much to do with either Doug Trio. So my question for you, chat, we'll move on from Doug Trio. Is 126 speed too much? Is it too much? Is adding 25 to its HP, I mean, that's fair, right? 60, 50, 70. I'm actually not going to buff its attack. The reason is because of its ability Stakeout. Now, Arena Trap is banned, but Stakeout is an ability that will double the move's power if an opponent switches out. So that being said, that means that Doug Trio is already doing crazy amounts of damage. Speed's fair. HP 60, 50, 70 is pretty frail in itself anyway. I'm going to move on from Doug Trio, especially with Pursuit, especially with Parting Shot. I think it's pretty solid. 1,000 Waves? What is 1,000 Waves? Is 1,000 Waves very, different? Let me check. We'll check 1,000 Waves, and then we will move on. Ground type moves, 1,000 Waves. Hits adjacent foes and prevents them from switching. You might be a genius. Maybe Poison Jab. Are we doing all 151 tonight? That's a great question. I thought that we would. I thought we would be able to get to it, but we're not moving all that fast. 1,000 Waves is an absolute banger of a move. You're absolutely right. 1,000 Waves, especially considering it has to do with switching out, that's coming. That's getting put on both of them. Good job. Good job. I'm there. Alolan Dugtrio, Steely Spirit, Tangling Hair, and Sandforce. I think it's fine. I think it's probably fine. Yeah, we are. We're going through it. No. This is exactly what I wanted. I think that this is a very successful stream. You know, regardless of how many people are here and have stayed, it's very successful. And in fact, this VOD is going to go up just as it is, I believe. Because I do want to be able to include the live chat, and I do want other people who may go back and watch this to be able to see everybody's ideas. So, that is okay. Alolan Dugtrio, make it bulkier. It is a little bit bulkier, I believe. It's got 10 more base defense. A Discord VC would be useful for this. Subscribe already. 1,000 subscribers. We're getting ourselves a community Discord chat. You heard it forced. If you're not subscribed, be sure to subscribe. It goes a long way to help the channel. And we are, trying to get to 1,000. We're trying to get the community tab going, trying to get a Discord going, some emojis, whole bunch of nonsense just like that. I'm fine with Dugtrio as is. If you guys are content with me moving on, I'm going to move on. 1,000 Waves, I think, already makes it pretty good. Steely Spirit makes it very, very strong. And it's different kind of strong than Stakeout, but still very good. So, let's go to Persian. Let's talk about Persian. I gave Persian a lot of things. 121 speed means that it is faster than 120s. Super Luck means that its critical hit moves are going to hit more crits. Frankly, it's got a higher critical hit ratio. So X Scissor, Psycho Cut, Cross Poison, those sort of moves. It didn't get access to Quick Attack prior, which I think is ridiculous. 95 base attack may be too much. It may be too much. And I think I'm actually going to subtract 5 points. I think 90 is fine, especially if it's getting a ton of crits all of the time. And in that same essence, I'm going to take 5 points away from Alolan Persian's special attack to put it at 90. That way we're at 480 across the board. I always get excited. I always over buff Pokemon, Milk Drink, very interesting idea. It is a spoiled cat. Yeah, sure. Alolan Persian, however, I don't believe is a spoiled cat. That's why I don't think we're going to give Alolan Persian Milk Drink. I do like that, though. That's exactly the kind of thinking that we like here at Hef TV. Boys, if you're not subscribed, subscribe. Beat Up or Tail Slap. I'm pretty sure I already get Beat Up. Is only Alolan Persian's the spoiled cat? Really? Really? Are you sure? I thought it was the other way around. Very popular Pokemon. Oh. Symbol of wealth. I'm reading. Don't mind me, I'm reading. Yeah, we can give it to both of them. That's okay. That's not a big deal. feline prowess was a thing, would I give it to them? I would need to reorganize their base stat distribution, though, because 79 special attack and 90 special attack doubled is too much. Now, boys, I think this is plenty. I think that is plenty for the Persians. They do both get Thief and Snatch, definitely. And I'm going to give you guys one little look at a Lowland Persian, Fur Coat, Technician, and Infiltrator. I'm not going to give it Hydro Pump. It's funny. I don't think I'm going to give it, though. 3 good abilities for a Lowland Persian: Pursuit and Knockoff and Quick Attack and Acrobatics and Milk Drink and Glare. Means that a Lowland Persian's ridiculous, actually. Last second comments, chat. Alrighty, chat. You did your best. Let's finish up Golduck. 100 base attack, 85 base special attack, 92 speed, 515, puts it equal with, I believe, not Cloyster, Starmie. Puts it equal to Starmie. Yeah, no, Starmie's 515. And makes it a physical water psychic type. I think that with the amount that we've done to Golduck, I'm not going to take a ton of suggestions for it. We did make it physical. I mean, look at those claws. Look at that beak. It screams a physical attacker. It doesn't scream a special attacker to me, personally. Magic Guard, because it's a psychic type. It's got that gem in its forehead. I think it makes sense. Now, boys, because we are trying to get through more Pokemon, oh my god, there's so many to do. Wait a minute. Are we going to be able to do this? It can be run mixed. 85 is still fine. But let's go down to the addendum portion. This is a lot of Pokemon. Oh my god. Nidoqueen. Poison Point. Rivalry. Sheer Force. I believe Golduck does get Aqua Jet. I don't know for a fact. I believe it does, though. What do we change about Nidoqueen? Do we change anything? I think it's totally fine, as it is. .505 base stat total. RDOU with every coverage. They seem near perfect. Hunter, I believe you're right. Keep in mind, the Pokemon in the addendum are Pokemon that we did not touch at all in the main series. So, if we decide we don't need to change Nidoqueen, that's fine with me. That's absolutely fine with me. I feel even more so about that with Nidoking. I think Nidoking is totally fine. I don't think it needs Energy Ball. I don't know why it would get Energy Ball, but I also don't know why it would get T-Bolt or Ice Beam. But it does. It gets coverage under the sun, though. Energy Ball doesn't hit anything for super effective damage besides water ground types anyway. It already gets T-Bolt. And Energy Ball, I don't believe gets... It might get the Sheer Force boost. I don't know. If you had to replace... I'm not going to change Rivalry. I'm not going to change Sheer Force. But if you had to replace Poison Point with an ability, for both of them, what ability would you give the Nidoqueens and Nidokings? There's a lot to get through. We may not be able to get through all of it tonight. We may have to reschedule a second stream. Because I am planning on stopping at 10, and I'm not going any further than that. This thing does not need Intimidate. No, no, no. No, no, no. I like Queenly Majesty. I really like Queenly Majesty for Nidoqueen. I really like Queenly Majesty. I like that idea a lot. We're going to roll with it. We rolled with it. For Nidoking, however, Moxie, I think I would give Nidoking Moxie. I think I would. Queenly Majesty basically negates priority moves. It's just dazzling. Poison Touch is in fact better. And it encourages a physical set more as well. I think Poison Touch is just better than Poison Point. But I think Moxie, especially considering its base, it's the Fawns, guys. You seen Twitch plays Pokemon? The Fawns? A Poison type with Moxie? Unheard of. Clefable?
We're not going to touch Clefable.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm sorry. Nope, not happening. Ninetales. We need to give a third ability to Ninetales. Flash Fire and Drought. Two very, very good abilities. The Toxapex ability, Regenerator. I am not giving Clefable Regenerator. No, no, no. No, no, no. Oh, Merciless. Oh, that's the one you're talking about. Oh, man. Ninetales being a Fire Psychic type. I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all, actually. Chat, what do you feel about Ninetales being a Fire Psychic type? I almost just launched my Xbox controller off of my desk. Also, keep in mind... Oh, it is just Delphox. The Dex does prove it has psychic abilities. This is a whole nother thing. I think, for its last ability... Tell me how you feel about Cursed Body. Tell me how you feel about Cursed Body. Because if you grab its tails, you're cursed forever, bro. Fire Psychic with Fire Psychic type? Yeah, I would make Ninetales a Fire Psychic type. Yeah, okay. This is the first time that I'm going to have to actually go into Photoshop and create the Fire Psychic type graphic. Fire Psychic or Fire Fairy? Fire Fairy. I think Fire Psychic fits it a little bit better. There needs to be a Fire Fairy type, and we will eventually get there. But not, I don't think it's going to be Ninetales. I swear we'll get there. I think Fire Psychic is absolutely the play, though. And beautiful. It has been asked, and now it has done. Psychic. Ninetales is a Fire Psychic type. Now, I'm already pretty sure it gets a ton of Psychic type moves. I'm pretty sure it just gets a ton of them. Let me double check, though. Because Ninetales could definitely use some help compared to Alolan Ninetales, especially considering the Sun is not very good in its own right. Let me check Smogon. Okay, so it gets Wait a minute. This thing does not get Psychic. No way. No way. That's absurd. That's absurd. You mean to tell me... Okay. Okay, game. Alright, game. You know what? Just give me both of you. Yep. It gets Nasty Plot. It gets Energy Ball. It gets Shadow Ball. I think it gets Tail Slap. I'm pretty sure it gets Tail Slap. It does get Tail Slap. It's got a whole bunch of tails. It gets Psyshock. It doesn't get Psychic, though. Which sort of confuses me a lot. I'm checking Jinx to see... Nope, that's all good. Mr. Mime, all good. I don't think I'm going to give it Moonblast. Mostly because Alolan Ninetales is already a Fairy type. I think instead I'm just going to leave it with these three. And we're going to move on to Alolan Ninetales, who, guys, needs a third ability. I don't think we need to change Alolan Ninetales' stats at all. I think those are absolutely fine. Ice Fairy is very, very unique. Snow Cloak, Snow Warning. Ice Body's a good point. Ice Body's not great for it because it can't run Snow Warning and Ice Body. But I do agree. It's literally made of ice. Wonder Skin is really interesting. Wonder Skin's real interesting. I think Ice Body makes a lot of sense. Intimidate, I don't want to over-give Pokemon Intimidate. Because a lot of Pokemon already have Intimidate. You can already see one Pokemon next to it that has Intimidate. I kind of like the idea of Wonder Skin. Like a lot. I don't know anything about Alolan Ninetales' dex, though. Give me one moment. I'm going to check to see its Pokédex entries. Tell me about Alolan Ninetales. The reason it guides people all the way down to the mountain's base is it wants them to hurry up and leave. Interesting. Oh. Okay, interesting. Natural Cure. I like. Screen Cleaner. That would just make it remove its own Aurora Veil. I think Wonder Skin's kind of good. Wonder Skin's very, very interesting. And it doesn't necessarily need a third ability, but I think that is something that it could take. I think that Arcanine is a completely fine Pokemon, and I would beg you guys for me to think otherwise. So if you think otherwise, which I'm going to give Alolan Ninetales Psychic as well, just because. Yeah. Actually, no, it gets Psyshock. It doesn't get Psychic, but Arcanine does not need Speed Boost. No. Arcanine's already good. It's already real good. You want a Blaziken situation? This thing would be better Blaziken if it had Speed Boost. It would be better Blaziken. Think about that. Blaziken's already went to Ubers. Can't do it. Can't do it. We don't make Pokemon Ubers here. We want them to sit around you, are you. No, no. No, no. No meta breaking. Not here. Not here. Arcanine, I believe, is fine. You guys are welcome to disagree with me on it. Alakazam. Alakazam. 135 base special attack. 120 base speed. 500 base stat totals. Pretty good. I could see an argument that maybe Alakazam could use, 10 points in its HP. 5 points in its defense. Arcanine does get justified. It has... Oh, did I put unnerve? I definitely meant to put justified instead of unnerved. Whoops. Braxton, welcome to the chat. Justified's definitely the ability that it gets. I typed in all of this before the stream started. I'm going to be very transparent with you guys. I just messed that up. Now, I think that Alakazam's actually a little too frail. I think that if I did anything, I would just give Alakazam like 5 points into its defense. Alakazam's ridiculous, though. 120 speed, 135 attack, special attack is ridiculous. Especially with decent special defense as well. I'm not going to alter its speed stat. I think that it's already pretty solid. If chat thinks that Alakazam's fine, I also think Alakazam is fine. Tentacruel. Yeah. Yep. Glass Cannon. I'm good with it. Tentacruel, 515 base stat total. Another 515 water type along with Golduck, along with Starmie. Special defense beast. Rapid Spin, pretty solid as well. Clear Body's good. Liquid Ooze is, I could go either way on it. Rain Dish. I think Octolock would be really, really good. Yeah, Octolock. Yup. You got me. You got it. You got it, man. Is that that's set up in support, technically. Because it doesn't do damage, I don't think, right? I'm pretty sure it doesn't do damage. That's not how you spell that. Octolock. Ta-da! Octolock is a great move. And I think it would be really cool for Tentacruel to have. Gets a whole bunch of coverage moves. It gets Giga Drain. Liquid Ooze is very unique for it. Rain Dish. There is the Black Sludge Rain Dish Rain Dance set with Scald, with Ice Beam, with Protect. I think... Now again, these are the Pokemon that we haven't touched at all, right? There's a reason that we haven't touched them. Because I believe that they're already very good, right? But in that case, I think Tentacruel is probably fine. So I think we're going to move on. I think we're going to move on from Tentacruel. I think we're going to move on. Yeah, that's a good idea. Now, that brings us up to speed with the Addendum. Let's go back up to some of the balances. Power Whip, very interesting. And in fact, Power Whip is so interesting that I'm going to give it to him. Now, I did say that I don't necessarily want to give a bunch of water types Power Whip, but at the same time, look at Tentacruel's whips. If Seismitoad gets it, if Gyarados gets it, Tentacruel with its literal whips for hands, you better believe it's going to get it. Okay. Yeah. Gyarados already gets it. I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad at all. Where's Machamp's picture? Machamp, where are you? Where'd you go? What happened here? I guess I must have accidentally deleted Machamp. My bad. Excuse me. Primeape. Now, I'm pretty sure I already went through and changed up Primeape a little bit. I may not have. But chat. I gave it Guerrilla Tactics. Anger Point super thematic. Defiant is super thematic. I do believe 109 speed may be a little bit too much for Primeape. It may be too much. I'm willing to go to 105. I'm willing to drop it by 4 points. But with Guerrilla Tactics, you can run a Choice Band. It could be absolutely crazy. Or, alternatively, we could subtract these 10 points. I think we need to do something to nerf this version of Primeape, frankly. 103? Yeah. You said it. You got it. Sure. Primeape might literally get Overheat. It might get Overheat. See, that's how I know that we're going to... I put 103. Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. That's how I know we're going to get past Radical Red, is because I gave this thing Guerrilla Tactics before I even played the game or look at the documents. And as soon as I realized that the guy gave it Guerrilla Tactics, I was like, he's inside my brain. He knows what I'm thinking. 103 base speed, I think, is fine. A little bit faster than 100. Guerrilla Tactics gives it an automatic choice band. But I think that overall... Explosion. I do not want to give this thing Guerrilla Tactic Explosion. I don't want to do that. Nope. Yeah, so I think that's actually fine as far as Primeape goes. Poliwrath boys. Poliwrath, we gave it base 60. Does it get Fake Out? I don't know. I don't know if Primeape gets Fake Out. I don't think it needs Fake Out. It doesn't need any sort of priority. It might get Fake Out. I'll check. I will double check. It does not get Fake Out. I don't think it needs it, though. I think it's probably okay without it. Now, Poliwrath. Let's talk about Poliwrath. I gave it some moves. You know, Storm Throw, Power Up Punch, Aqua Jet, Flip Turn, Brutal Swing, and Map Block. I did, in fact, give it Pure Power. But I like the Radical Red approach to it. I do really, really enjoy Surging Strike's Poliwrath. But I think it's broken on a Pure Power Pokemon. Now, Surging Strikes is great. I love it. I do like the idea so much. But if that's the case, then I don't think that Pure Power is the answer for it. And in that case, I think that actually not giving it Pure Power is the ideal. What do you guys think about Pure Power Poliwrath? Is it that broken to give it Drizzle? No. No, it's not. Triple Kick, I like it. I like Triple Kick. I like the idea. Explain Pure Power real quick. Okay, sure. As far as what it does, well, Pure Power, it doubles the attack stat of a Pokemon. So if you have 300 base attack at level 100, you're going to have, or 300 attack like stat at level 100, you're going to have 600 actually. At base 60 attack, that ties with Metagame, and I think that that is totally fair. It is, in fact, 5 points slower than Metagame at base 75. But it is a little bit bulkier. So, yeah, that's why I dropped the attack stat. because 95 times 2 is way, way bigger than base 60 times 2. So, I don't know if Poliwrath should have pure power. This is something I was passionate about, but if we're going to give it Surging Strikes, I don't think the pure power is the play. Is there a spinning ability? I don't know. I might drop its attack stat even further. I'm not giving it... Well, Technician Surging Strikes is a no-no. That's a no-no. That's broken. I think Drizzle's a good idea. But I think Drizzle with Surging Strikes is a little too much. I think that would make it just shoot up the ladder like dummy quick. I think that's probably too good. I think Iron Fist could be a good idea. If I boost this back up, I think I'm going to give Poliwrath Iron Fist. I think I'm going to change this. Because Iron Fist is going to boost punching moves. But then I'm going to change this to 90. And in that way, this is 510, which makes it even with Politoed. Or actually, it might not make it even with Politoed. But then we're going to give it Surging Strikes, which actually makes it less broken than it is in Radical Red. Surging Strikes is not boosted by Iron Fist. And that is what I'm going to say on the matter. We're going to move on for Poliwrath. That is all. We're going to move on to Machamp. Machamp, I gave him Stealth Rocks, I gave him Dizzy Punch, Shadow Punch, and I finally gave him Mach Punch. He had Bullet Punch. I think Machamp is actually much, much better, especially with Drain Punch, with Mach Punch, and Stealth Rock. I don't think we need to touch Machamp personally at all. I think it's a very, very good fighting type, especially with priority, especially now that it has access to rocks. But chat, I just want a confirmation. All I need is just one. Go on ahead, and we'll move on right to Victory Bell. Be that guy. Be that guy. Tell me that Machamp is good. Tell me Machamp's fine, and we'll put a X in it. Throw move that forces swaps. That is Storm Throw. Poliwrath already gets it. He already gets it. Oh yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if I have not reminded you already, be sure to leave a like on this video. This video in its entirety will be going up as a VOD, so everyone can see the chat. So every little bit of support goes a long way to help the channel. We're very close to 700 subscribers, which is super cool. If you like rebalancing Pokemon, then be sure to give this particular video a like. This is the Addendum. This is probably going to have the most views or playbacks of the entire series. And it serves as a nice little wrap-up to the Kanto portion of the series as well. So if there is a video to support in this series, if you haven't gone back and watched all of them, or even one of them, then this is the video to do it on. So thank you all. Now, back to business. Back to business. I'm definitely not going to give Machamp Flare Blitz. All right, we're moving on from Machamp. I don't see any of these ideas. But I do appreciate it. Favorite pizza topping?
Pineapple.
Dude, I gotta get a mic crane. If I get a mic crane, I can bring it over here and I don't have to lean in every time, you know? Victory Bell I put a lot of time into. 85 defense, 90 special defense. 30 speed.
Hunter Greg's. Plus attack after a knockout for the boxing Pokemon, you say? The boxing Pokemon. Who's the boxing Pokemon? It's not Machamp. We'll come back to this boy later, but as you can see, you have great ideas. In fact, they're so great that they're my ideas. We gave him on Chan Moxie. Anyway, back to Victory Bell. Thank you very much for your time. If you haven't enjoyed this video and you like my voice, I do have a pretty decent quality microphone as well, so this ASMR is very solid. Be sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe. Haha. Rebalancing Pokemon Kanto Edition.
I'm sorry about that. I got caught up. I was in the zone. If you excuse me. Now, Victory Bell. Victory Bell. In or out, very interesting. Storm Drain is literally a pitcher plant. I've spent a lot of time thinking about the stats, thinking about all of the things we gave it. I think that Victory Bell is totally fine. As I have put it, 80, 85, 90 with 30. I think it's pretty good with Leech Seed, with Jaw Lock, with Strength Sap, Grassy Glide, Snap Trap, Jaw Lock, Acid Armor. It's got a lot of things. I give it Spikes, too. I give it Toxic Spikes, too, as well. Which is, you know, pretty freaking cool. So, chat. Y'all like my Victory Bell? Y'all like Victory Bell? I like Victory Bell. I spent a lot of time on this Victory Bell. I was very excited. I remember I was driving in my car, and I was like, innards out. We got it. We got him, boys. Yes, Siddhartha, welcome to the chat. ASMR at 1K, Kelp. Potentially. Foot reveal at 1K. Maybe both.
Maybe both.
Golem. Golem, boys. Golem. Now, I made Golem much faster because... Why did I make it faster? Well, because it rockets down mountains. It shoots itself with its explosions as a cannonball. Insane stuff. Shed skin. Its dex entries say that Golem sheds its skin. Bulletproof. Makes it immune to Energy Ball, to Seed Bomb, to Pyroball, to Gyroball. A lot of ball type moves. Excel Rock, Head Smash, Meteor Beam. I gave it Rapid Spin. Again, Golem was one that I went really hard on. I gave Golem back Rapid Spin, and I also gave him Dragon Dance. I think that Golem is pretty much, it's done, basically. But the only question is 90 speed with Dragon Dance, with Scale Shot, with Rapid Spin, is 90 too much? Is 90 base speed too much for Golem? Because I'll bring it down a notch. I'll bring it down to 80. Actually, you know what? That's what we're going to do. We're going to bring it down to 80. And I'll tell you why we're going to bring it down to 80. Because we brought Sandslash down to 70. Together we brought Sandslash down to 70. And I think that makes sense to do the same thing to Golem. To bring him down just a peg. Just a tad. Now that being said, Alolan Golem does not go nearly as fast as regular Golem. No. Not nearly as fast. What is that? Rock Dragon. I love the idea of Rock Dragon. But I can't do it. I can't give him access. He's a rock ground type. He's been that way since Gen 1. He's one of the OGs, you know? I like the idea. But I can't. Look at that mustache. Look at that beard. You gotta love him. Rock electric type. Sturdy, Magnapull, Galvanize. Super good moves. What really we changed with Alolan Golem is we made it a special attacker. So it is just Golem stats but swapped and a little bit slower. That's all Alolan Golem is. Special attacking, rock electric type, with Volt Switch, with Rising Voltage, with Meteor Beam, with Rapid Spin. It's got moves. With Dragon Dance, it's got a ton of things. I think Plasma Fists? You think that Plasma Fists? Do you see Alolan Golem's arms? They're little nubs. How's he gonna attack? He can't physically attack. He's got these tiny little No. What fists are those? Jawlock? Interesting. Charge? I mean, you're right. Charge, you're right, though. Alright. Yeah, we'll give it charge. It might actually already get charge. If it doesn't, it's here now. Flash Cannon. Yeah, Flash Cannon, yeah. Yup, you're right. That would be a move that Golem deserves. It literally has a cannon on its back. It makes sense. Boys, Flash Cannon makes sense. Thank you very much for the suggestion. Charge and Flash Cannon both make sense. I did, in fact, make it a tiny bit slower. Base 65 speed, not great, but it is a slow Volt Switcher, which is pretty cool. I do believe that Alolan Golem gets Charge Beam. Let me double check. If it gets Charge, I'll fix it as well. But I'm gonna check. It does get Charge and it does get Charge Beam. So I'm actually gonna just yeet these out of here. Don't mind me. And I think that is where we're gonna call Alolan Golem. Mega Launcher over Sturdy. That
is powerful.
If he got Mega Launcher, obviously special attack has to drop. Well, it's very interesting that you say that. Because I don't think it necessarily does. Clawitzer has 120 base special attack. Clawitzer has access to Ice Beam. It's got access to Dark Pulse. It's a little bit slower. It's 6 points slower. But I don't think that's that crazy. I think it's good. I think that especially because it's so weak to fighting and ground, all types of entry hazards, I think that Mega Launcher actually is okay. I think it's okay. All right, that's it. That's great. I love all of that. That separates Golem from Alolan Golem so much. So cool. Thank you all for your suggestions. Super dope. Super dope. Glass cannon of a Pokemon. On the special side, of course. On the physical side, it might live a hit. Now, Rapidash. Rabidabadash. Give me a moment to fix some of the formatting here. I am going to have to go back in and do this. Remember, guys, if you're thinking, oh, I want to look at his entire doc, the link to my Google Doc... Oh, well... Yeah, the link to my Google Doc is, in fact, in the description. Which I realize I need to do this because that is spoilers. That is, in fact, spoilers. Ryan 10's in the doc. I did not mean to have Johto and Hoenn revealed. I did have them revealed. But not anymore. I just fixed that. Now you guys will never be able to see it. Just kidding. Now, eventually when it comes around, Rapidash. I give it a little bit of attack, a little bit of speed. I give it Serene Grace. Does it need anything else? Rapidash is a Fire Fairy. It has Mega Horn. It's got Mega Horn. It's got it. It's got Poison Jab. I think it has Smart Strike, even. Is that a teaser? Oh, yeah, you guys already know. Rebalancing Johto and Rebalancing Hoenn. They're done. Low volume, welcome back to the chat, my man. 2 days in a row. What goes on? We're here rebalancing Pokemon. I believe it already gets double kick as well. I made Rapidash faster because it said to go over like 80 miles an hour or something in like a second or whatever it says in the Pokédex entry. I referenced it in the video. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I think that that is enough for Rapidash. I also gave it a ton of, you know, actually, yeah, we'll give it triple kick. You know what? We'll give it triple kick. Why not? I can't believe that Rapidash didn't get Blaze Kick. Can you believe that? Double kick's an egg move. That's fine. Rook Geo, welcome to the chat, my man. Welcome back. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're getting some of the OGs out here? Okay. Galarian Rapidash. I did the exact same thing as regular Rapidash, minus the fire-type moves. Serene Grace makes these Pokemon really, really good with Headbutt. I'm not going to give it Trop Kick. That is a Grass-type move. I don't think, with Rapidash's current coverage, it needs a Grass-type coverage move. I think that would sort of be absurd. We did, in fact, give something else, a couple other Pokemon Trop Kick, but they're more oriented around kicking. Rapidash isn't necessarily oriented around kicking. Obviously, it's a horse, but I digress. Anyway. So that is the Rapidashes. Let's talk about Farfetch. Let's talk about the Farfetches. Now, tell me, Galarian Rapidash, I could potentially see Trap Kick. I don't think I'm going to give it Trap Kick. I think it doesn't need it necessarily. But, chat, as I go to the bathroom, it's got high horsepower? Yup. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Give me a moment. I'm fixing some of these formatting issues. Tell me about the Farfetches while I'm gone. Remember, guys, y'all are awesome. Thank you for hanging out with me. If you haven't liked and subscribed already,
Do it.
oh boy. All right, boys. Chair stream. It does get Swords Dance. Definitely not going to give it adaptability. Intrepid Sword, pretty dope. I think Intrepid Sword's a cool ability. Cool guy ability. Does it get acrobatics? It's a great question. It's a really good question. Oh. Hello. Okay. What were we looking up? Farfetch'd. I don't think it needs Doesn't really need acrobatics. It definitely gets Brave Bird. I think it gets Brave Bird. It does get acrobatics. Yeah, it does. Yeah. It gets cut, fam. It gets cut. Don't even get me started. Galar Bird Slam. It doesn't get Sucker Punch. No. I don't think it needs Sucker Punch. Alright, y'all are memeing on Farfetch out here. Y'all are memeing on Farfetch. I'm not even going to talk about Galarian Farfetch because it's not a fully evolved Pokemon. The only reason that I balanced it like this is because I think that it makes sense to balance the Galarian form and the Cantonian form completely the same. So having them both have 447 was important to me. So even though Farfetch doesn't evolve, Galarian Farfetch does. So he ended up getting buffed because of it. It's just sort of how it works. I don't make the rules. Yes, I do. Yeah, so Intrepid Sword, I didn't give it to Galarian Farfetch'd. I gave it to regular Farfetch'd. Normal flying type with a +1 attack boost. Still very frail. Still no access to any sort of priority besides Fake Out. I don't want to give it Sucker Punch because I don't think it needs 2 forms of priority. Grass Whistle's very interesting. Has Roost, Sacred Sword, Breaking Swipe, bunch of cutting moves. That's your basic Farfetch in a nutshell, isn't it, boys? Dodrio. Oh, Dodrio. I changed. Bone Meringue is interesting. I think Unburden's interesting. I don't think it needs it. Bone Meringue's interesting. I like the idea of it throwing its leak. But it's kind of like Bone Meringue. Alright, you know what? What do we have to lose by giving it Bone Meringue, guys? Come on. We'll give it Bone Meringue. If there's like people seconding things in chat, I have to take it into account. Y'all are hanging out with me. I can't disagree with everything you say. You know? You guys sometimes have good ideas. Sometimes. Not Landswrath. Bone Meringue, in fact, is totally good. Beautiful. Ground type coverage. Love it. Leakerang. Yeah, Leakerang. Low volume, you got it. Dodrio. I gave him 15 HP and 8 speed. And I gave him Vital Spirit, Compound Eyes, and Moxie, as well as a bunch of kicking moves. Any questions? Comments? Concerns? We're ready for Game Freak. We're going to storm Game Freak's headquarters. Me and my almost 700 subscribers. We're all going to march the streets of wherever Game Freak's located. Triple Kick. Well, I mean, if we gave it High Jump Kick, we might as well give it Triple Kick, right? Yeah. Yeah, if we give it Triple Axle, Triple Kick, yeah. I mean, yeah. Make Tri-Attack physical. Oh, Triple Axle. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got Triple Axle. Oh, it might not show up. Yep. So here are all of the moves I gave it. High Jump Kick, Triple Kick, Trop Kick, Blaze Kick, and Triple Axle. Those are a bunch of different kinds of kicking moves. Moxie, I just figured it made sense as a sort of an ostrich. It can boost. It's one of the only flying types with Moxie. Compound Eyes, obviously it has 3 sets of heads. And Vital Spirit, it's said because when 2 of them sleep, another one's awake. 8 speed because 118 is a unique speed tier. And I gave it 15 HP, so it's less of a glass cannon. Because 493 isn't that crazy anyway. We got it, boys. Yeah, sorry. It's impossible for me to show the entirety of the screen on one. That's just sort of how OBS works. I could make it smaller, but I think that making it all smaller is terrible. Look at how tiny that horn is on Dugong, guys. I can't give this thing Horn Drill. It might already have Horn Drill. But Dugong, I gave it 110 HP, 70 defense, 85 special attack, and 55 speed. It's slower, but it's really fat now. It already has Mega Horn. It does already have Mega Horn. Because, fun fact for y'all,
Dugong got Mega Horn, and Pinsir didn't. That's right, Pinsir does not have Mega Horn. But it does in this. It doesn't when I rebalanced it. Oh yeah, boys.
We're getting weird with it. Let's see. Ice Ball, Freeze Dry, Sparkling Aria, Flip Turn. Maybe 70 is too fat. I'd be Tail Slap. Sure, Tail Slap sounds fine with me. Tail Slap's pretty inconsequential for a base 70 attacker. You're not going to run it ever. Swift Swim, I think, makes a lot of sense. I think I'd actually rather give it Swift Swim than Hydration. Because I think Rest Hydration sets might be a little too good with Slack Off. Well, you have Slack Off. Nah. Dugong could be really good in the rain. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with Swift Swim instead. Only base 55 speed. That's fine. Fur Coat, yes. Fur Coat, because it is said that Dugong's coat, again, this is referencing it being streamlined, being fluffy, blending in. The Dex entry talks about its fur coat a lot. So I thought, why not give it Fur Coat? I think Ice Scales is a little too much. Stamina's interesting, but I think I'm probably going to keep Fur Coat. It does just do a flat double of the defense, but I think I'm actually going to lower its defense just a tad. I think I'm going to make it 65, just because having it be doubled is a little absurd. From base 70, I think that's a little too crazy. Especially with 110 HP. You guys do not want to fight a 110 HP, 65 or 70 defense Dugong. Dugong is one of my least favorite Pokemon of all time. Fur Coat's only for contact moves. Oh. Nah. That's still okay. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to go back on that. We're going to make it 70 again. That's okay. 110, 70 is still very good, so... That is our Dugong. Let's talk about Muck, shall we? Let's talk about Muck. I gave it a little bit more defense, a little less special attack, just to differentiate it from Alolan Muck a little bit. Liquid Ooze and Regenerator. Pretty solid. Don't forget to change the total. Did I not change the total? Oh. Looking out for me, homie. Thanks, homie. Y'all are homies. For real. I didn't know that, Murphy. That's a pretty interesting fun fact. Now, Muck, I gave it First Impression, Foul Play, Corrosive Gas, Toxic Spikes, and Baneful Bunker, as well as Regenerator. I did not give Alolan Muck Regenerator because that would just be absurd. But I did give regular Muck Will-O-Wisp with Regenerator. Doesn't have any reliable recovery outside of that. I'm reading the chat. Y'all got good ideas. 28 multi-hit moves? Really? Holy crap. Not going to give it Corrosion. We gave Corrosion to Arbok. Not every poison type needs Corrosion. I think that's sort of cheapens the appeal of it. It's a very good ability. Don't get me wrong. And I think it would work on Muck. I just think that it already has Poison Touch as a poison-based ability. So, it doesn't really need both, you know? Liquid Ooze. Oh, a driver. No, thank you. Diamond Storm. Ooh. No. Because if Alolan Muck gets the defense boost with a rock-type coverage move, that's a little crazy, don't you think? I like the idea of the crystals. I'd be willing to give it Power Gem. We could compromise. I'd compromise. I'd give it Power Gem. All right, Power Gem. I was like, a rock type move? Sure, whatever. I feel like Diamond Storm is just like, whew. That's just big, whew. All right, let's move on from Alolan Muck. Does not need to be changed at all. Alolan Muck does not need to be changed. It's all good. Hypno. Psychic Dark. Y'all like that? Plus 10 to both of its attacking stats. Maybe Stealth Rock. That means it can't run. That means it can't run an Assault Vest if it runs Stealth Rock. I like that idea. I like that idea. Hypno. 10 to both of its defenses. No guard, Hypnosis. Stored power, knockoff. False Surrender, Night Days, Destiny Bond, Slack Off, Leech Life. Hypno's got a lot of things now, boys. Bad Dreams. A Bad Dreams Hypno? I mean, come on. Come on! Give me some credit. Give me a little bit of credit. Your boy's working hard. We worked hard at all of this, guys. We're hard working out here. It's almost 10 o'clock at night. Do I gotta get up for work tomorrow? You bet your bippy. Do I still have to eat dinner? You bet your bottom dollar. Do I love Pokemon? You know it. Hypnosis. Yes. Give Hypno Hypnosis. No guard Hypnosis is awesome. Bad Dreams Hypnosis is honestly it's a little bit cooler. Being 4 times weak to U-turn is whatever. Okay, here's a contention. Here's contention. This is one that this is the whole reason I'm doing this addendum stream, boys. The whole reason I'm doing it. Kingler. This is the one Pokemon. This is the one reason that I'm doing the stream. Dark Void. You know what? There's a reason. There's a reason I'm going to give it Dark Void. I'll tell you why I'm going to give it Dark Void. Doubles. Also, I think it's banned. No. No, here's the problem. I think we broke Kingler. I think that 139 sheer force with Shell Smash might be a little too good. Especially with 72 HP. Yeah, we might have broke Kingler. Look at my camera adjust. Yeah. Change sheer force. I think I would just alter its attack. I think I might just make it hit less hard. Like Cluster. What? Cloyster. Give it a secondary type. Oh. A secondary type of what? The only thing I could think of for Kingler would be Steel, but I think that we need to nerf Kingler. Giving it a Steel type would buff Kingler. Nah. No, definitely. We need to nerf Kingler, guys. Giving it anything, any additional type, is gonna buff it. I can't do it. Water Ground buffs it even further, frankly. Water Normal's interesting. Huge power. Oh my god. Huge power with Shell Smash, you guys. Do we get rid of Shell Smash? It does scream huge power. I agree. Sandveil over Sheer Force? But Sheer Force is like the thing. I think I'd rather get rid of Shell Smash and keep the good ability. Is Shell Smash fine? This is like the whole reason I'm having this stream, guys. You gotta understand. It's for this Pokemon right here. This is the one that warranted this stream. I want it to keep Sheer Force. I should drop the speed. That's sort of more along the lines of what I'm thinking. I think that I'd also rather drop the attack as well. Yeah, Lebo, I completely agree. I completely agree. I think I went a little too crazy. Way lower speed. Way lower speed. How low we talking? It doesn't have priority. I don't believe it has priority. I will check. I will double check Kingler. Kingler on Smogon. Please and thank you, boys. Kingler does not get Aqua Jet. I'm not going to give it Aqua Jet. I will drop its speed really low, if that's what it takes. Like 60. Minus 20 for both attack and speed. I sort of concur. So this one would be, let's see, this would be minus 9. And then that would put it at, no, not minus 9, minus 11. And that would put it at 64. And if I drop its attack stat, minus, let's say minus 9 as well. That means that this is a base 490 Pokemon. This is Kirby. It is Kirby. It's pretty loud, isn't it? It's because of the whistling. The whistling makes it seem louder. I'm definitely going to skip to Groos's theme. You guys ever play Skyward Sword? Would you watch me play a Skyward Sword randomizer? That is something I really want to do. More than Ocarina of Time, more than Wind Waker. I would love to play a Skyward Sword randomizer. I'd love to try to do bit magic in Skyward Sword. Reverse bit warping? I've never even heard of it. 100% yes. You know, Sephiroth theme. Classic. Scale shot? Shooting its claw off? Murphy, you're high. Oh, man. Oh, man. Sand Rush. Sand Rush is cool. A water type with Sand Rush is really cool. And it fits with that sand theme that Ryan's talking about. I think instead of Hyper Cutter, I think Sand Rush. I'm good. Sand Rush. Sandveil is only iffy to me because I don't like those kind of abilities. But I think we did it. I think subtracting... Wait a minute. This does not add up. Hold on. It's not 490. It's plus 17. It's 492. Wait, no, it's not. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Time out. Minus 20. It's minus 3. So it's 472. Excuse me. Here we go. Low speed, Sand Rush works. A Shell Smash, low speed, also works. Lower attack stat means that Sheer Force is still doing a ton of damage, but it's not 139. It's not broken. A little bit of HP. I think that this is a very well-balanced Kingler. Thank you all. This is why we did the stream. It's for beautiful people like yourself to tell me how to balance Pokemon. Electrode. I'd like to preface this. I'd like to preface Electrode with the fact that I came up with this Electrode before Regieleki was announced. Or not before it was announced. Before it was... its stat spread was revealed. How's that? I made it dummy fast. 60, 60, 60. HP, defense, special defense. A lot of electric type moves. Memento, rapid spin, extreme speed. Aura wheel. This is basically Regieleki, except with Bug Buzz. And way less special attack. I'm very proud of this Electrode. I'm very proud of this Electrode. So chat. Does this Electrode look okay to you? 175 base speed, I want you to know. It outspeeds, at max speed, it outspeeds base 100 choice scarfers. Yeah. That's what it does. 175 base speed lets Electrode outspeed base 100 speed choice scarfers. That's the benchmark that I wanted Electrode to be fast at. Flame Wheel. Energy Ball. Flame Wheel. Honestly, you know what? I'm going to give it both. I'll tell you why I'm going to give it both. Flame Wheel is a base 60 fire type move. It's going to hit what? Ferrothorn? Maybe. Energy Ball, it's a little more helpful. But what is Electrode if not a literal ball of energy? Galvanize Explosion, base 60 attack. Nah. That's what we're going to do for Electrode. Thank you for the suggestions. Exeggutor. Shift gear? It does not need shift gear. Let me tell you. Exeggutor is literally a tree. I gave it grassy terrain, or I gave it grassy surge, and I gave it less attack so that it didn't go crazy with grassy glide. Gave it grab apple, jungle healing, body press. Any questions? Comments? Concerns on the Exeggutor? Absolutely not going to give it Bolt Beak. You think Energy Ball is too much? It's literally a ball of energy, though. I know it does well against... It's only base 80 special attack as well. And other electric types get the ability to hit ground types for super effective damage. If not with Ice Beam, then with Ice Punch, then with Grass Knot. There's Pokemon with coverage moves. You just don't see them that often. All of the rats, they all have Grass Knot. Plusle, Minun, Dedenne, Raichus, which we just talked about earlier, they all have Grass Knot. I think Energy Ball's okay. It doesn't need Slack Off. It's got Synthesis. It's already got the ability. It's got Leech Seed. Trop Kick. Does it... Sold on Trop Kick. If I had a gavel, sold to Ryan Tran in the back. I guess we should give both of them Trop Kick, right? And I basically just made Alolan Exeggutor, the flipped version of Exeggutor, with a Dragon typing, with Natural Cure. Trick? I don't... Look at Exeggutor's face. Does Exeggutor look like it's going to be tricking you? Or does it look like it's just going to be standing there and watching you hit it in the face? Most Psychic types get tricked, though. I don't know, chat. It definitely does get Mega Kick. Definitely not Regenerator. No, no, no. And it gets Trick Room. Grassy Surge is plenty for Exeggutor. Yeah, it looks like it would get tricked. Alright, chat. Alright, chat. We're gonna move on because it's past 10 o'clock and I want to get through all of it. Marowak. Tell me about Marowak. Ground type, 10 HP, 10 more HP, 8 more points into its defense. Weird looking tree. You know what? Mark has not had a contribution. Mark Spiegel, welcome to the chat. I will... For you, Mark. Just for you. But Alolan Exeggutor is not going to get Trick. Even though I think it automatically somehow would get Trick. Probably, I think it already gets Slam. 62 speed, Parental Bond, Long Reach, Smackdown, Vital Throw, Revenge, Sacred Sword, Memento, Rock Polish. Yeah, you're right, Exeggutor. He would gift you his held item. Bestow. Solar Blade. For who? Exeggutor? I'm pretty sure Exeggutor already gets Solar Blade. I'm pretty sure I already get Solar Blade. We're gonna check. Solar Beam. Oh god. This is Sun and Moon. It's not Sword and Shield. It doesn't get Solar Blade. What? It gets Solar Beam, but not Solar Blade? What a ridiculous accusation. How could they do that to my man? Absolutely not giving Solar Blade to Marowak. This is not... No. No. Solar Blade? Sacred Sword is one thing. He doesn't channel the power of the sun. I thought you were talking about Solar Blade for Exeggutor. Heal Block. I could get down with Heal Block. Yeah, it already gets cut. It definitely already gets cut. We'll give them both Heal Block. And we'll give them both Solar Blade. Alright, we gotta move on. We got to move on, boys. If I'm gonna get any sleep tonight, we gotta move on. Get Slash as well. Okay. Marowak seems like it's done. Solar Blade alone, Marowak in Sun would be broken. I completely agree. I don't think Solar Blade's the play. But let's, while we're talking about Alolan Marowak, Shadow Claw, Flame Charge, Fiery Dance, Memento. $70 HP. It's the same stat changes as I gave regular Marowak. Alolan Marowak's pretty freaking cool. I don't know why they didn't give it Fiery Dance to begin with. Frankly. Comments? Questions? Concerns on Parental Bond Marowak? I think if any Pokemon exhibits Parental Bond besides Kangaskhan, it's Marowak. Fiery Dance increases its special attack by 2 because of Parental Bond. So 50 at a Nasty Plot. Makes Alolan Marowak potentially a special attacker? Possible. Possible. If it's Popsicle, it's possible. Alright, boys. Alright, boys. Bring it back. Hitmonlee. Great Pokemon. Triple Kick, Acrobatics, Lunge, Triple Axle. I personally don't think it needs anything else. Especially in Generation 8. Olin Marowak doesn't really have too much lore about its parents. Parental Bond Bone Rush. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I thought that one through. But it has all the kicks. I don't think I'm going to give it Head Smash. Especially, I think I had it have Head Smash at one point and then thought it was too broken. Hitmonlee with high horsepower. It already gets Earthquake. I mean, I guess you're never going to really run Triple Kick either. That's bad logic on my part. I apologize. Yeah, I'll give it high horsepower. It already gets Earthquake, so it's not like we're going to break its moveset by giving it ground coverage, right? Right. But I think this is totally fine. Unburdened, Fake Out, Normal Gem, Acrobatics, Lunge, Triple Axle, Triple Kick. This is a great Pokemon. Limber, Reckless. It's got Trop Kick. Oh, wait, didn't? Wait a minute. Oh, wait, you know what? I think I got rid of Trop Kick on Hitmonlee. Chan gets Blaze Kick. It already has High Jump Kick. Interesting. I did have Trop Kick. Hitmonchan with Stamina would be insane, but I think I already have it boosting with Moxie. As long as we're on the topic of Hitmonchan. Arm Thrust. First Impression because it's a boxer. Sucker Punch because it's a boxer. Payback because it's a boxer. Poison Jab because it's a boxer. Arm Thrust. Multi-hit. Fighting type move. It is what it is. I'm not going to give Hitmonlee Trop Kick. I think that bulky water types are one of the few things that does decent against Hitmonchan. Or Hitmonlee, I mean. Stamina, Assault Vest, Drain Punch just sounds absurd. Does it already have Poison Jab? Did it already get Poison Jab? Chan should be faster than Lee. But then, in order to keep with the 455 base stat total that Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan and Hitmontop all have, where do we take the stats from? I don't want to take it from its special defense. Can't take it from its regular or attack. I don't know. I think I'm okay with 76. I think Stamina, Assault Vest, Drain Punch sounds disgusting. I have to double check. I have to make sure this thing does it get Drain or does it get Poison Jab? I could have sworn it didn't. Maybe it doesn't Gen 8. I don't see it. I'm looking. I don't see it. I literally saw Poison Jab. I don't think it has it. I don't think it gets Poison Jab. No. It don't. Plasma Fist is hilarious. I like the idea of a punch being faster than a kick. I don't think either of them have Poison Jab, frankly. Maybe just Hitmonlee? I don't even know. It's okay. We will take a meander away from the Hitmons. Let's talk about Weezing. A sturdy poison type, the only one of its kind. A little bit of special defense. Rapid Spin, and some air moves because it's made of gas. And then I gave Galarian Weezing Purify instead of Rapid Spin because it already has Defog. Equal stat distribution. Both Levitate. Both Neutralizing Gas. I think Weezing's actually a pretty decent Pokemon anyway. I didn't change it that much. A little bit of Special Defense helps it out a lot, actually. I don't think it needs anything really else. Pain Split, Will-O-Wisp, Toxic Spikes, Sludge Bomb. This guy gets Strange Steam, Defog. It already gets Pain Split. Yeah, I think the Weezings are fine. I didn't really balance them too much because Galarian Weezing for one is already pretty good. Poison Fairy is really good. And Neutralizing Gas is a super duper good ability. Like, just in general. Why does Hitmonchan not have Poison Jab? Great question. That's why I gave it to it. Now let's talk about Kangaskhan, shall we? Kangaskhan, Parental Bond. Yes, Parental Bond, another Parental Bond Pokemon. Base 95 attack, though. Not 125, so it's not crazy broken. Knockoff, Jump Kick, Hammer Arm. Scrappy, Inner Focus. A little less speed. A little less speed. Unaware is very interesting. Unaware for Kangaskhan. Unaware for Weezing. I don't know what my delay in my chat's looking like. I don't know about that one. But I think Kangaskhan's actually a pretty underrated normal type in general. Access to Fake Out, especially with Parental Bond now, being able to hit twice with Knockoff, with Jump Kicks, with Hammer Arms. In Trick Room, Hammer Arm, Trick Room, Kangaskhan, Sucker Punch, double Sucker Punch. I think Kang's fine. Kang's pretty good. Huge power over Inner Focus. Well, then we'd have to lower its attack stat, and then that sort of conflicts with Parental Bond itself. I think Kangaskhan is mostly used as a scrappy Pokemon, and while Genghis-Khan does have a ton of power, he's Mongolian also, I believe. Fake Out Scrappy is pretty good. I think that huge power doesn't necessarily fit with Kangaskhan. But if Kangaskhan is alright with some people, let's move on to... Oh, you thought it was Seeking. You thought it was Seeking. Didn't you think it was Seeking? I bet you did. I bet you did. It is Slowbro. Yeah. It is Slowbro. There we go. Slowbro is ridiculous, right? We don't need to give Slowbro anything, right? Oblivious, Own Tempo, Regenerator, right? This is fine, right? Shell Armor, maybe instead of Oblivious. Chat, this is the part, because I haven't touched Slowbro at all. This is the part where you tell me beautiful things that I did not think about. I think Slowbro's fine. Yeah, I do too. I think Slowbro's actually like really, really, really good. And it actually sort of only gets better with time. I think he gets Nasty Plot. Because Slowking gets Nasty Plot. Slowbro's absolutely fine. Regenerator makes him really, really good. Shell Armor is the only thing I could think about giving it because it's its Mega. Yeah, Oblivious and Own Tempo. I wouldn't change its stat spread at all. I think its stats are fine. I think I'm going to get rid of Own Tempo for Shell Armor. I think that's all we're going to do. Well, because Slowking gets Nasty Plot, so I thought Slowbro would too. Slowbro does not. That's a good point. Slowbro does not get Nasty Plot. Yeah, why not? He's not really plotting nasty things. I don't know if it fits necessarily. Slowking has the insane intelligence. Unaware Slowbro sounds just painful for all parties involved. If anything, nerf it. I'm not nerfing Pokemon here. That's not what we do. That's not what we do here. I'm going to give it Shell Armor, and we're going to call it. Cloyster. Cloyster, boys. Unaware Slowbro sounds just like gross. It sounds just like something I don't want to deal with ever in my entire life. Ever, ever, ever. Now, Cloyster is very, very good. Overcoat, Skill Link, and Shell Armor are all very good abilities. 525, obviously its defense is crazy. I don't think Cloyster needs anything. Cloyster's move pool is really good, too. All types of hazards, Rapid Spin, Rock Blast, Icicle Spear, Spike Cannon. It's ridiculous, guys. Do we agree? Cloyster doesn't need to be touched. This is the Addendum, after all. This is the Addendum. This is what we do to fix things we don't like. Agree. Scale Shot on Cloyster. What? Cloyster doesn't have scales. He's just a shell. That horn.
That's not a horn.
I don't think I'm gonna give it Water Shuriken. I like the idea though, Mark. I like the thought, the priority. It gets Ice Shard though, so I don't think it needs any more. Human Horn. Yeah. Something like that. Okay. Let's move on. Tagangi. Well, it's given to Excelgor because Excelgor is also a ninja. Cloyster's not exactly a ninja. It's a giant shell. Speaking of which, we're going to fight Koga and Radical Red very soon. For those of you who keep up with the Radical Red series, we trained pretty much all the way with our entire team to be ready to fight Koga. Now, boys, that's coming soon. I'll let you know as soon as the Spiky Shield makes sense. Spiky Shield might make the defense set a little bit better. Yeah, Hunter. Yep, Hunter, I'm down. We'll give it Spiky Shield. I'm good. When's the stream? As soon as the next highlight video drops, I will then link a comment and pin a comment when the next stream is. I'm planning on the next stream being Thursday, probably. It's going to have to be a shorter one, though. It's going to have to be a shorter one. Probably Thursday. Probably Saturday. I do need some days off in between to edit because I do need to get the highlight videos out and cranking. I have 2 streams I have not edited together yet. Ryan, thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out so long. We are going to give Gengar back Levitate. For those of you clamoring in chat, my boy needs it back. He needs it back. It should never have left him in the first place, even though he doesn't really levitate. It's probably just going to be Koga, maybe a little bit of Seafoam Island nonsense. Nothing besides that. We're not going to do anything crazy. It's just going to be like a couple hours, you know. Why is Gengar poison? Because it is evil. Ghost Poison. What are some good abilities? We need another ability for Gengar. 3 abilities. Remember, guys. Every Pokemon deserves to have all 3 abilities. Koga, Power Items, and Mega Stones. Basically, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. Gengar. Serene Grace. Nope. You already know that wasn't. You knew from a mile away that was no. A 60% chance for Sludge Bomb to poison? No, thank you. No, thank you. That seems a little excessive, don't you think? We could give Gengar neutralizing gas. Sheer Force? No. Sorry. Nope. Sheer Force Gengar sounds like something I do not want to deal with. Life Orb, Sheer Force? No. No. Protean? Protean Gengar? What? How do y'all feel about neutralizing gas? I think that makes Gengar actually absurd. Wonder Guard? Absolutely not. Not with a Pokemon like this. Not with a Pokemon like this. There's no shot. Magician I sort of like. I think I'm going to go with neutralizing gas. Sheer Force, 130 base special attack. No thank you. Not a Gengar. No, no, no. Okay, Starmie. I think Starmie's freaking amazing. By the way. Oh, it is 520, not 515. Illuminate sucks. Natural Cure and Analytic are both very good. Is there anything we should give Starmie? I'm going to end the stream promptly. Water Shuriken. Water. I mean, that's just duh. That's just duh. I mean, Water Shuriken is just like... That's the biggest duh moment I've ever seen in my entire life. This thing absolutely deserves Water Shuriken. Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. 100%. I sort of like Download. Download might make it too good, though. Yeah, Water Shuriken is absolutely. That's a guarantee. It's just a thing it's gonna get. Illuminate sucks. I'd like to replace Illuminate with something. With an ability. That's what I'm looking for, guys. An ability for Starmie. Adaptability could fit, but it is too broken, you're right. Regenerator is a starfish, but Regenerator already is on a water psychic type. Plus, Starmie gets Recover. So it's kind of redundant anyway. Let's do some research. Let's do a little bit of research, shall we? Damp could be interesting. Yeah. Filter. Starmie with Filter? How do you guys feel about Filter Starmie? Maybe Infiltrator? Filter reduces super effective moves damage. So like a knockoff would do... yeah, I think it makes sense because it's a star. It filter feeds. Alright. Pretty decent. Okay, let's go back up to... Seaking. Now we're gonna fly through some of these, all right? Because we gotta speed it up. Now, Seaking. Water Steel type, 92 speed, 502 base stat total. I think is totally fine. Do you guys like Seaking? What is this? This is Yoshi's Island. Oh my goodness. Multi-scale, water steel type, lightning rod. I should probably give it Fish's Rend. But if I give it Fish's Rend, then I don't want to give it multi-scale. Is there an end goal for the revamp? Maybe. Eventually. I think Fish's Rend Seeking is absolutely a play. And I think that if we're going to give Seeking Fish's Rend, we have to get rid of its speed investment. Is it worth getting rid of the speed investment to give Seeking? I have it. I think it has Smart Strike. Oh, no, it doesn't. But I'll give it Smart Strike. Is it worth getting rid of the speed investment to give it Fish's Rend? I think it is. Because I'm not going to give it Fish's Rend with 92 base speed. Also, calm down, music. Calm it down. Base 75 speed? It's too high for a steel type anyway. You're right. I think 75 is still very... Because Dracovish is base 70. Which is faster. Doesn't have strong jaw, though. Tell you what. I'll give it 73. We'll do plus 5. Okay, so it was 92. We subtracted 19. So it's 483. And now, guys, now chat. There it is. Fish's Rend. Beautiful? Beautiful. We've done it. Mr. Mime, Psychic Surge. Doesn't need anything else. No. No, no, no. 73 base speed with Fish's Rend. Ain't bad. It ain't bad. Scale Shot Fish's Rend. Jeebus. Does Dracovish get D-Dance? I don't even think Dracovish does get D-Dance. I'm not going to give it Clanging Scales and also... I'm not going to give it Scale Shot and also Fish's Rend. There's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts with all of this. Let's talk about Mr. Mime. We gotta start getting a move on here. Mr. Mime. Psychic Surge makes the battlefield all weird. I think it makes sense. I'm sort of there for it. You know, I don't think its stats need to be changed at all. I think that 100 base special attack with Psychic Surge with a Scarf, Expanding Force, Screen Cleaner, Soundproof, all of it checks out in my book. Mr. Mime's special attack stat and coverage are actually really good too. Prankster. No. Who is Prankster? There's a lot of psychic types with Prankster. I think one good ability in Psychic Surge is all it really needs. Prankster. Could run Prankster instead of Soundproof. Yeah, you know what? Why not? Why not? Sure. Prankster instead of Soundproof. We've done it. It gets a lot of Reflect, Light Screen. Prankster screens. Actually, that makes perfect sense for Mr. Mime. Who am I kidding? Maybe instead of Screen Cleaner. I think I'm actually going to keep Soundproof because it's a Mime. And I'm actually going to get rid of Filter. Because Screen Cleaner is Mr. Mime's thing. And I'm thinking I'm going to give, or Mr. Mime Galler's thing. And I think I'm going to give it Prankster instead of Filter. Because Filter's not going to be doing anything for it anyway with base 40 HP. It's just not. It's just not. Jinx. I spent so long on Jinx. I spent so long on Jinx and Pinsir. This whole back portion, I spent a lot of time on, guys. Like an absurd amount of time on. So, Dazzling, Perish Body, Dancer. Dude, honestly, this Yoshi's music needs to calm down. I needed to change it, dude. It was like bugging my brain out. Now, yeah, so Jinx, I think is fine. Dazzling, Perish Body, and Dancer, all thematic, all fit it. Quiver Dance, Destiny Bond, Expanding Force. Jinx has every tool it could possibly need. There's a lot of abilities that are outdated, yes. We're never going to give a Pokemon Leaf Guard. We're never going to give a Pokemon Leaf Guard. Period. It's just not going to happen. It just won't happen. Revelation Dance changes it to whatever type it is. But I don't think that works with... I don't think that works. I think that just makes it a nice type move. And then it'd be base 80. I don't think it needs Revelation Dance. I like the idea. I like where your head's at. I think it's just kind of redundant. 129 base special attack. Is it too much? I don't think it's too much. Especially with 65-55. We're looking out, chat. We're looking out for y'all. Alright, seems that Jinx has been cleared by the people. The good people of chat. The good people. Adaptability Pinsir. It's okay, just a glass cannon. That's what I thought. All good. Pinsir. A little bit of defense, less special attack, more special defense. Healing Wish. Oh yeah, I believe it's got Healing Wish. Yep, just in case. Just in case you wanted it to. You're a little late. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I'm always paying attention. Pinsir's got a ton of bug-type moves. Some ground-type moves. Y'all like bug-ground Pinsir? I really like bug-ground Pinsir. I think it's really fitting for a stag beetle. Like, look at him. Look at those arms. Look at he digs, nests. It's a ground type. He's very clearly a ground type. Strong Jaw. He's got adaptability, bro. This is an adaptability Pinsir. 125. Dig it. Whoa! You dig it. Iron Head, Super Fang, Hyper Fang. I don't want to give it like Fire Fang, Ice Fang, Thunder Fang. I think that's a little too much for it. A bunch of trapping moves. Night Slash. Circle Throw. Yeah. Yeah. U-turn. Yeah, wow. Yep. Right. Forgot to give it U-turn. That's really good. I think it already gets Stomping Tantrum. I think it already gets it. Yeah, no, it definitely does. Muddy Water. With base 40 special attack. Oh, that's funny. I mean, probably not. Tossing a poo ball. That's like Mud Slap. Which I did not give it Mud Slap. You know what? Just for you low volume. Just for you. Mud Slap. There you go. And let's go. We're closing in on it, boys. We're closing in. Tauros. We got 15 minutes. Tauros. Head charge, flame charge, foul play, head smash. Just a little bit of stat help. 10 HP, 5 attack, 5 speed. A little bit faster. Hits a little bit harder. Poop slap. A little reckless. Sheer force. Intimidate. Reckless head smash. Reckless head charge. Sign me up. Sign me up. I mean, these are pretty simple buffs that we made to Tauros, frankly. We decided to buff Tauros more simply just because, like, it already does what it does pretty well. It's just over generations, like, its stats just have started to cut it less and less. Like, 100 attack isn't as good as it once was. 110 speed isn't as good as it once was. And Intimidate's pretty good. Sheer Force is pretty good. I think Reckless just gives it another option. So that was my logic. I initially had Flare Blitz on Tauros, but I was like, it doesn't need Flare Blitz. It doesn't need Reckless Flare Blitz that's non-stab, like, as a coverage move. It doesn't need it. Tauros, he could run Rest. Tauros is never going to slack off. That's the problem. This thing never slacks off. That ain't ever going to happen. Lapras. Do we like Dragon Ice type Lapras? I think honestly, Aqua Jet. No. Horn Leech. Tauros with Horn Leech. Does it need a grass type? It doesn't. No, I can't. Murphy, I'm sorry. I can't. I want to. I can't do it, though. In good conscience, I cannot give Tauros Horn Leech. I want to. I really do. Did I give Pinsir Horn Leech? I did not. Okay, yeah, that solidifies my decision. Why does that solidify my decision, you might ask? I don't know. Has horns. Better horns than Tauros. And I did not give it Horn Leech. I'm sorry. No, it doesn't. It's Tauros, dude. It runs, it hits hard, and it faints afterward. Lapras. 15 special attack, 9 attack, or 5 attack. Boost to it. Shell Smash. Not with those stats. I can't give it Shell Smash. I can't really do that. It does already get Freeze Dry. It does get Freeze Dry. Water Absorb, Shell Armor. I give it Soul Heart as well. So you could run a D-Dance Soul Heart set if you want. Boosted speed a little bit. I can't run Shell Smash with Soul Heart. And Soul Heart's my whole part of this Lapras that I like, so. Clanging Scales. Interesting. Drill Peck, Hyper Voice. I wanted to give it Liquid Voice, but Liquid Voice stinks. Sludge Bomb. As a Dragon Ice type, I could see it getting Sludge Bomb. I don't mind it. Yeah, why not? Let's give it Sludge Bomb. Sure. Let it deal with fairies in some way. That would be good for it. Alright. Chat, that's where we dip down to our dudes down in the section here. Gyarados. Intimidate Moxie. And what? This is the Addendum, boys. We're not changing its stats. Its stats are already ridiculous. We're closing in. We're really closing in. Gyarados with Strong Jaw. Whoo. Does it need Strong Jaw? Well. Drizzle. No, Murphy. We cannot give this monster of a Pokemon Drizzle. I can't even consider that, dude. That's dangerous. That's like Uber's level of territory. No Vicious Rend. No. None of that. Y'all want to break these Pokemon. This is rebalancing Kanto, not breaking Kanto. Alright, we've done it. Strong Jaw. Fine. It gets Crunch, it gets Ice Fang. It's not going to get a lot of benefit from it anyway. It's okay. Strong Jaw. Sounds good. Ditto, I'm not even going to have a conversation about. But we do need to give it a third ability. You're always going to run Imposter. I'm not going to talk about Ditto's stats. We're not going to change Ditto's stats at all. There we go. Ditto. Psychic Fangs. Volt Absorb. Yeah, well, you know what? We'll give Gyarados Fly. Yeah, Gyarados deserves Fly, at least. I mean, it gets Bounce, but you should be able to ride it to and from in the sky. That'd be fun. That'd be a good time, right? It gets Hurricane as well. Does it get any physical flying type? Honestly, just give it Aerial Ace too. Yeah. Yep. That's it. That's all we're gonna do. Disguise Ditto. Ooh. Well, if it hits the field, then it would have to transform anyway. I mean, Imposter's better anyway. It really is. Like 100% of the time. But I think that nothing better fits than Disguise, so I'm willing to do that. Now, chat. Now we talk about Flareon. Flareon, all I did was mix up its stats a little bit. Flame Charge, Blaze Kick. I subtracted 30 from its special attack, added it to its speed. No other evolution has this spread. Illusion. Illusion would be better. I'm going to go back and change it. For now, let's talk about Flareon, because we got to get through the main set of Pokemon here. Flame Charge, Blaze Kick. Flareon, I don't think needs anything else. Gets Guts, gets Hustle. Does not get Wild Charge. I'm not going to give it Wild Charge because with the evolution specifically, they don't get any moves outside of their type. Like Jolteon gets like Shadow Ball, Vaporeon gets Ice Beam, Flareon gets Facade. I don't know. Sylveon, I think it's Psyshock, but for the most part, they keep to their type pretty well. Their move pools are pretty shallow besides their type. Unless they're a Psychic type or something that, learns a bunch of, like Umbreon gets Psychic and whatever. The secondary types is what I'm trying to say. Get better coverage. So Wild Charge might help it, but I don't think it needs it. I don't think it really fits, especially considering, there's already an Electric type evolution, so. Oh boy, okay. Now, let's talk Omastar. Real quick. I got rid of the shields down guy. Hold on, give me a moment. He should be right there. I don't know why he's not. Put him in there. There he is. There's my friend. Shields down Omastar. Something I'm very, very proud of. Flareon with Jump Kick. Ooh. Reckless. We just gave Tauros Reckless, though. And we gave Flareon Hustle. So, we gave Tauros Reckless, Flareon Hustle. It evens out. One Mon gets Hustle, one gets Reckless instead of two getting Reckless. A little more distribution of abilities. I don't know. Little reason to use one over another. That sort of thing. Omastar, no priority. No setup and support. Already gets Shell Smash. Spiky Shield. Yeah, sure. Sure. We'll give Omastar Spiky Shield. I'm down. I'm down, I'm down. Let's fast forward a bit. Why Drill Peck? Because of its teeth. Wit dash Murderface. Welcome. He's got beaks. Yeah, he's got a beaks. Look at this thing. That's pretty much why. Also, it helps him deal with grass types a little bit better. Especially after a Shell Smash boost. Granted, it's only base 60 before the Shields Down transformation. If it decides to use Shields Down, you could run Swift Swim, you could run Weak Armor. Whole bunch of different things Omastar could do. Shields Down. I actually got rid of the Shields Down. Oh, shoot. I totally got rid of it. Okay, well, that's my mistake. I will need to fix that at some point. Shields Down Omastar had stats somewhere, but for now, I need to re-enter those in because I have them in the video. If you guys check out the last part with the Articuno on the thumbnail, Shields Down Omastar is in that video. Kabutops. Steel Worker Kabutops. I tweaked this spread to mirror Omastar's spread, except for, I believe, this base 90 speed. Oh, no. It's totally a mirror. This is perfectly the distribution, just sort of flipped around a lot, with Steelworker instead. I paid $5. 5 big ones, boys. 5 big ones for that Omastar. Thank you, Ninkata. Shout out, Ninkata. Steelworker, Kabutops. I mean, it's got sights. I explained this in the last video. Double Iron Bash. Wow. It's not a bash necessarily. Not a bash necessarily. You'd replace a different ability with Steelworker, really? Blade Master isn't a real ability. Yeah. Yeah, we'll change battle armor. Sure. Wait, I took all the... Oh god, that's a lot of arrows. I didn't mean for there to be that many arrows. It's fine by me. Swift Swim, base 90. Good Swift Swimmer. Although, now it's... Oh, I know why I got rid of Swift Swim. Nope. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Murphy. I have to rescind what I just did. And I'll tell you why I'm going to rescind it. Because I boosted its speed specifically because it is not a Swift Swimmer anymore. And I commented how Swift Swim is the most common ability in the entire game. And the fact that Kabutops is one of the better ones. I didn't want it to be competition with Omastar, with Caracosta, with Armaldo, with a bunch of other Swift Swim users. You know, I thought that Steelworker fit him a little bit better than that sort of thing, and that's why I gave it this 10 points into its speed, so it could run a Choice Scarf set, which is already its best set anyway. So I apologize. Battle Armor's okay. It's not great, but we're going to move on. We're going to move on from it. Because we're closing in. We're closing in, boys. Steel Rock. Nah, it's a water type. That's a water type. Radical, it is a Radical Red exclusive. Blade Master is Radical Red exclusive, yes. Aerodactyl, I'm not even going to talk about. Aerodactyl's busted. Head Smash Brave Bird makes this thing busted. And Articuno. For the last Pokemon of the main series, Articuno. Oblivion Wing, Glaciate, Icicle Crash. Would y'all give anything else to Articuno? Probably not. Right? Probably not. U-turn? Does it not have U-turn? Zapdos gets Volt Switch. Yeah, dude. Yeah, we should give Articuno U-turn. Are you sure? Oh, dude, actually, wait. I think Articuno has U-turn. I'm like 95% sure it has U-turn already. I'm like pretty positive. Because Moltres has U-turn. Yeah, Articuno's got U-turn. Yep, it's got U-turn. It's got it already. That's a good idea. Aurora Veil. It has Aurora Veil as well. Alrighty, boys. Let's go down to Vaporeon. Now, Vaporeon stats are going to stay the same. It is an evolution. So the stat spread has to work that way. Has to be a 130, a 65, a 60, a 110, a 95, and a 65 in some sort of distribution. Now, Water Absorbent Hydration. 2 good abilities. I have an idea for a third ability, but I'd like to hear your suggestions. Because Vaporeon, I believe, is already pretty solid. And while I'm down here, I'm actually going to change Ditto's ability to the Illusion. Because that was a fantastic idea. A collaboration effort by the chat. Thank you, chat. You're beautiful, and I love you. Now, Vaporeon needs a third ability. Articuno does, in fact, get Freeze Dry, yes. I'm thinking a Rain Dish. Rain Dish Vaporeon? Oh, Mark. Oh. Mark's on the page. Mark's on the same page as me. Rain Dish Vaporeon? Drizzle? Oh, God. Can't even imagine, dude. Cannot even imagine. Vaporeon with Drizzle with 110 base special attack? No. No. It Scalds? Are you kidding? With the amount it switches in and Wish Passes? I think that Rain Dish is the play. And I almost wrote it in the chat. That's hilarious. I literally almost typed Rain Dish to you guys. I apologize. Alright. Let's keep it moving. Jolteon. For one thing, we're not going to touch Snorlax. It's ridiculous. So I'm just going to do that. Now, Jolteon. Jolteon's a little underwhelming as far as an electric type goes. Volt Absorb and Quick Feet. 2 pretty decent abilities. Quick Feet isn't exactly utilized as much as I think it should be. Rain Dish instead of Hydration and Swift Swim as the third. Yeah, alright. Yeah, I'd run a Swift Swim Vaporeon. Sure. Be a sweeper for all I care. That's fine with me. Okay. Jolteon. Volt Absorb, Quick Feet. Speed Boost. I like Motor Drive. Speed Boost is very interesting. It is fast. It is prickly. How do you guys feel about Iron Barbs? How do you guys feel about...
Hear me out here. Hear me out.
How do you guys feel about Poison Point? Jolteon. Poison Point. I know. Not a poison type. Not a poison type. Iron Barbs, Poison Point. Tangling Hair. Every electric type does have static. That is a very good point. We're trying to make Pokemon unique. Make them very, very unique. as compared to other Pokemon who do sort of the same thing. I'm looking at the list of abilities right now. Iron Barbs, Togedemaru has. But it works decently well on Jolteon. Can I at least give Snorlax Slack Off? No. It's too good. It would be too good. Actually, you know what? I'm going to give it Lightning Rod. Because if we give it Lightning Rod, then it boosts its special attack, and then that sort of helps it out. I think Snorlax with Slack Off is absolutely too good to be any sort of fair. Slack Off, Curse, with Rest, Belly Drum Slack Off is unbelievable. 160 HP, 110 special defense means that Snorlax with a reliable recovery would be an absolute stall monster. It would be a nightmare to deal with. And I do not wish that on anybody in the entire world. So I cannot, in good conscience, think about Slack Off on Snorlax. Now, Zapdos. Boys. Zapdos also needs a third ability. We're talking Motor Drive. I could be down for some Motor Drive Zapdos. You know? I think Drizzle fits it, but that would be absolutely insanely busted, so I cannot, in good conscience, give it to it. Gale Wings would be cool on Zapdos. All electric Pokemon are yellow and pointy. This is true. Gale Wings would be cool. What would it do? It would Gale Wings Hurricane and just sweep teams, though? I can't do it, man. It's got static. Pressure, static. Hey guys, how about Terravolt? You guys ever heard of Terravolt? It is Zekrom's signature ability, meaning moves can be used on the target regardless of its abilities. So like, say Jolteon has Lightning Rod, Zapdos can still hit Thunderbolt against it, and it would not absorb it. Maybe we should give Jolteon Terravolt. Maybe we should give Zapdos Lightning Rod. Definitely not Intimidate. How many times... Dude, Intimidate has been suggested for every single Pokemon of all time. Yes, it is basically just Mold Breaker, yeah. And you know what? Here's the best part. And y'all aren't even ready for this. Moltres. Very good Pokemon. It just dawned upon me that would work. Turbo Blaze, which is the exact same thing, except for fire types, for Reshiram. So now, Zapdos with Terravolt, Moltres with Turbo Blaze, and Articuno with Snow Warning. I think that in a perfect world, I would give Moltres Drought and I would give Zapdos Drizzle. But it's not a perfect world, and Articuno needs a little bit more help than the other two. Now, let's talk Dragonite. Let's do it. Let's talk about him. Inner Focus, Multiscale. What is Dragonite's third ability going to be? Chat, We're winding down. We got 3 Pokemon left. Three Pokemon to go. Unaware. Thick Fat. Thick Fat. Ooh. Ooh. Is Thick Fat OP? Thick Fat might make it really busted. Unaware could be fine. Slow start. Competitive. Oh. Yeah, competitive's not bad. Thick Fat's too OP. Thick Fat makes Dragonite absurd. Absurd, dude. 91, 95, 100 with Thick Fat. Ice Beam's not doing anything. I know, he is thick. He's definitely thick. I'm not denying that. We ain't denying it. I know, Thick Fat would be so good on him, though. That's the problem. It'd be too good on him. Especially with reliable recovery, it'd be too good. It would be too good. Yeah, I think Unaware. I think Unaware is a decent ability to give it. Mewtwo. Mewtwo, boys, obviously does not need to be changed at all. Unnerve is kind of a trash ability, but we're going to leave it because Mewtwo's absolutely busted. It's absolutely insane. What does Neuroforce do? What does Neuroforce do? I'll tell you what Neuroforce does. It breaks the absolute game. It increases moves that are super effective by 25%. That's absurd, right? That's absurd, right? Leaf Guard. Yes, guys. Yes, you're thinking with your brains. Now, Mew. This is the last one of the night, boys. What abilities do we give Mew? Imposter? We could give Mew Imposter. Beast Boost. Imposter is a great one. I see a second Imposter. I see a second. Maybe Imposter. Absolutely. Mew is sus. Is Imposter better than Illusion? I don't want the Pokemon to have both of them. Especially considering Mew has access to every single move in the game. I would rather just have a more simple ability. You know? I think Protean's a little crazy. Yeah, well, Mew with Imposter might be too good and take away what Ditto has. I'd rather only give it one or the other, and I think I'm going to give it Illusion. I don't think I'm going to give it Imposter, because Imposter makes Ditto unique, and actually makes Ditto much, much better. I think Illusion's more fair for Mew. I think it's more. Yeah, definitely more fair for Mew. Magic Guard, I think, makes Mew too stally and actually makes it like Clefable levels of busted, or even more busted than Clefable. It's got to be something simple. It can't be like anything crazy. You know what? I know that's anticlimactic, but it is 11:15 at night, guys. I have been streaming for around 4 hours now. Now, boys. Now, boys. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. That concludes Rebalancing Pokemon Kanto Edition. Rebalancing Pokemon Johto will come in due time. I'm taking a break, a small break from the series. I need to eat. I need to sleep. I need to clear off all the clothes on my bed. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. Tonight was a ton of fun. I love talking Theorycraft. You guys gave me some super, super good ideas as far as moves, and you bounced, stat spreads off me, abilities off me. This was a really, really fun time. If you guys enjoyed this stuff, be sure to leave a like, comment, and subscribe. Rebalancing Johto's coming. Radical Red stream sometime later this week. I need to go to bed. But it's okay. Do it for you guys, because I love you guys, If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. We're almost close. We're closer to 700 than anything. Trying to get to 1,000. Community Discord, emojis, that sort of stuff. This was a good time. I'm probably definitely going to do this for the Rebalancing Johto Addendum. There was just a lot of Pokemon in Kanto to get through. So obviously you could probably tell I got a little burnt out by the end, but that's okay. Look out for the highlight video for Radical Red. It'll let you know when I'm streaming next, because I can't let you know without the community tab and whatever, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Anyway, guys, thank you all for watching. Till next time.